Test, test, test. Is this saying my mic is muted for some reason? Not sure. Okay, okay, it's back. Test, test, test. The gain for this is so much. Test, test, test. I think that's better. All right, all right, all right. Let's begin. And first of all, good morning. Oh boy. I don't know why the noise cancellation features for TikTok is not really that active. I think it's fine. Just hate that background noise that is happening. That boom I keep hearing. All right, so let's begin. Let's begin. Let's begin. Good morning, Hase. I see you. Key. I see you. Thank you all for joining. And we're going to be continuing from here today. This was our trade from last night. Actually, yeah, 4 hours earlier than last night because I was in this trade from as long as I can tell. That was the BTC trade, and at some point when I checked my phone, I think that should be around 1 o'clock. I saw that Bitcoin fly to this level. All right, and that was when I gave the instruction for us all to set the trade to break even. Even on my Twitter, I believe I sent it out there. If I haven't, let me see. Yeah, all right. So I probably may have forgotten to update Twitter handle, but I did that on the Telegram channel and I told everyone to set their trade to break even. So if you haven't set yours to break even, then you should. I'm talking about this very trade. I am still holding the trade. As you can see, I've not done anything to the trade apart from setting it to break even, which is this same trade. I've not done anything since yesterday. Entered right there, and I'll be holding it. I hope to hold it to 1.3 or 1 to 3 hour or more. It's currently around 1 to 1 or 1 to 2. So yeah, on that smaller account, this is what I have. Still moving very, very slow. It's one of those frustrating trades. Or on the better account, I have something better around there. All right. So let's see how it goes. Let's continue monitoring this trade, and let's also look for other trades on other pairs. As you guys all know, yesterday we had a projection for things that we expected. Like we have a view on gold, we had a view on Euro USD and other pairs. So we're going to be looking into this now and see if there's any opportunity to add into our trades and all that. So the first request that we have here is the Euro USD, which I said you should calm down and I'll check it for you. And I guess let's get into that now. For now, I'm going to be deleting the second expectation, because you guys remember I said that if this first level doesn't hold, then we hope to take a buy from here. But since it seems like this one is holding, I'll delete this one unless I want to bewitch myself. All right, I'll delete that one and delete this one also. So that way, I will have just one that I'm, looking at, and to make my chart a little bit less complicated, right? Euro USD, moving on. Okay. Wow. This is crazy. And the funny thing here is, wow. So I was waiting for like a second break and then a retest of this zone when this market was doing something like, when was this market yesterday when we talked about it? To be honest, I can't remember, but I can remember that it already broke the structure here and that I was waiting for a pullback into the zone. So definitely this trade would be, I don't know if you if you were here yesterday when we were talking about Euro USD, maybe you can remind me. I don't have the time to go and start looking at YouTube to see exactly what it was, but I think I was expecting this sell on Euro USD yesterday, and if you took it, then good for you. But if you don't, just like us that we didn't, then there's a high chance that this is already gone and there's nothing you can do about it. All right. But this was our expectation for yesterday. So if any one of you is inside the trade, good for you. Okay? But right now, I can tell you for a fact I am not in the trade, and shit. So we're expecting to sell. Well, this is the sell. If you took it, like I said, go for you. But I am not in the trade, which is sad, because you have a forecast, or you have an analysis that out so very well, and you're stuck in one trade that is not moving anywhere. It's annoying, I understand. Guys, please, let's not forget to like. We really need to get to more than 10k today. Yesterday we did only 10k, which is not really that encouraging. So please, um, let's not forget to like. Now, as for that buy that you are talking about, or you're looking for a retracement, you guys remember I did this analysis on 1 hour time frame yesterday. We did this analysis on 1 hour time frame yesterday, and that's how we arrived at looking for sales from this region, especially when we were seeing the change of character. If there's anything that made me hesitated in taking this trade, is the fact that I didn't see a clear break. This was just like a weak break. All right. I don't know if I zoom out, if I zoom in, hopefully you guys can see that there was a break, but every one of us will agree that this is just like a weak clearance, and it doesn't really give you that confidence that you look for when you are looking for a trade. But I did say that this is the protected low, and since it is being violated, there's a high chance that the market is going to drop from here. All right. The market is going to drop from here. As a matter of fact, I said that this place would be the target for entry. But if you want to be very precise, you can decide to use like the liquidity on the inside. And the only one I can see here is this one. And you can see how precisely the market came there and then it started dropping. Stop loss would have gone above this level, and you have been looking to see the market down to where it is right now. If this was the trade that we are in on probably would have been done for the day, because that's like 1 to 4 and it's still going. And it's like 1 to 5. Yes, I know that you are looking for a buy. That's the reason why you are asking. But guy, that buy that you are about to take from this base, it's not going to hold or might not hold. If I have to take a buy based on this break of structure, of course I am going to be looking at that buy from this premium point here, or this most discounted level here. Right, I can take here on this base. That's the last liquidity held inside of this area. So there's no surprise that we are seeing this reaction right now. We are seeing this pushback. That is what you expect from a strong low. And you remember, by definition, a strong low is any low that is able to take care of business before pushing the market to cause a break of structure, right? So if we had like a break of structure here, in this case now, if you are thinking we should this level, this is no longer like just a liquidity. This is also seen as a break of structure. But remember, the main break of structure that led to this pullback was down here. So everything that you are seeing as a break of structure was an internal liquidity that we took, and then we had a change of character. So we are looking to target this place next for a continuation. If this trend is supposed to continue, then this base is supposed to grow, right? If this trend that we are now experiencing, remember we're in an uptrend, but then this led to we're in an uptrend until we saw this break of structure here. All right, B. So temporarily that uptrend is suspended. All right, there's a break of structure. You expect a pullback. This is what you are expecting. Break of structure. So you are expecting a break of structure to the downside, a pullback, and a continuation, which means that this is a very weak low. This low is weak. All right, that is weak, and you should not be expecting a buy from this level. All right, so if you are looking to buy from this level for Euro USD, except there is a character formation. Let me explain. If it creates a character, just like you are seeing it here, there is a structure that is being formed now. So if there is this, I see this pullback now. All right, so there's a pullback now. Let's say it does something like this, and then it comes back to break that same structure that it has formed, and that will give you a better confirmation for a buy. But just buying because you have a base here, that's exactly what has hit all of us in an unending drawdown or an unending loss, because we keep looking for the end of the trend. That is one thing that I've learned not to do it anymore. Instead of looking for the end of the trend and drawing all these imaginary lines, looking for where the market is going to stop, now my focus has shifted to waiting for it to stop and then joining if that is what he wants to do. All right, you first wait for it to stop, not you demanding for it to stop where you want it to stop. Because taking a trade here, for example, entering a buy trade here, because you have like a base somewhere there that you are looking at, it's just like saying you have your own analysis, you trust your analysis so well, so you don't want to wait for the market to do its thing. So you are just asking the market to start going. So everything that you want to do here on Euro USD, for me, from analysis point of view, I don't think that low should hold. I think that low it is just being used as inducement, and the market is going to break it through. If I'll be looking for any trade right now, I'll be waiting for Euro USD to come back into somewhere around here, to come and use this now as liquidity, just like he used this one as liquidity before. I will expect to see Euro USD pull back to this and use it as liquidity, which will something like this, and that will give me more confidence for a trade for itself. Now that is a very long way from home, and if there is an opportunity for me to catch a buy back to that level, I am going to catch. But even though you are going to catch a buy back from here to this level, to this zone, all right, you're going to be catching a buy back from that low to this top for itself. Just know that this is the type of buy you are looking for. This type of very quick sell that you just got, all right, this expansion that you are seeing it's showing you that buyers are in control, and the only thing that sorry, sellers are in control, and the only thing you should expect buys to do is a consolidative retracement. That is all you have been getting so far. So if you enter a buy, you should expect this type of noisy pullback, like retracement type of pullback. All right, just like you got here. So if it took you like 2 hours, or actually this took less than 2 hours, I think this took how many, from here to here, it took you like 3 hours. All right, and that is me being very generous. I think it took 2 hours 15 minutes to get to this level. But if you do the same calculation for when it is going back, let's say from here, let's say you enter the trade here, just from here to here already it took like 8 hours, all right, 9 hours. And to get back to that level, you can say it took 22 hours, a whole day before getting back. So if you are going to be taking a retracement like this, that is if it works out for you and you're going to be taking a retracement buy, just know that you are in for this type of up down up down up down type of vibe. It's going to be consolidative, and you should be ready to spend maybe a few more hours before you get whatever it is that you're looking for. So there are two things now that I've said. If I don't get a structural formation, I will not be interested in taking this buy, because the aggression of the market towards this level is too high. That is one. Secondly, it's going to be a very, very heart wrenching trade, because you are going to be stuck in the up and down, because all you are expecting is a retracement type of over. So it is now your choice if you are ready to take a trade like that, and if you are going to be having that level of calmness to hold that type of noise when you are in a trade. These days I've noticed that anytime I'm in a trade like this, I often end up making a mistake. I often end up either closing the trade before it manifests the way I want it to, because you've seen market going up and then down, up and then down. I think it's like the same thing that we are having on BTC right now, where the only reason why we are still in this trade is the fact that BTC, on the other hand, is in an uptrend, and I'm expecting a very quick type of pullout in this zone. All right, but it is not happening yet, and all we could do is to wait for it to happen. But for Euro USD, again, I will not take a buy, some type of structure. This is the first reaction. There's a high chance that this one will be used as liquidity, so I wouldn't take a trade here. Now, if you go to like the 5 minute time frame, you will start seeing some structure. But the question is, believe will you believe a structure being formed on the 5 minute time frame when the 15 minutes and the 1 hour is showing you that you should not try it? Like if you go on the 1 hour, this is what you are looking at. There is really no structure here apart from this 1 hour candle that is green. For me, this is like the first indication that there could be a buy from this low here. All right, but taking a buy now, that this is the only thing that I can base on, is not what I would like to do. So instead, I will completely forget about the first attempt of buying, because I know there's going to be more attempts, just like you saw here. So if you miss out on the first one, wait for the second break, like this one. Like if I see a second break above a structural formation, that meaning at some point I expect that there will be some resistance somewhere. There will be some resistance somewhere here, and then the market will do something like this. Let's say maybe push up, react to this level, push back down. Then finally, if it's able to break above that resistance here, then I will use that resistance as my entry, because now it will be proving to me that the market is about to go in that direction. That would be a better confirmation for me to enter, just like you saw here. So if you're taking a trade here, that trade is going to be something like this instead of entering at the base. The problem with that is you're going to have a bigger stop loss, but it's going to be a safer trade to take than to just take it now that is here. But if you have the balls, by all means, go ahead. The market is reacting from a base that was able to, whether you like it or not, cause a change of character internally. All right, there was a change of character internally, so you can take the trade. But me, like I said, I will not take this trade until I have better confirmation. Make I enter the trade now. I have given you the options. So you decide whether you want to take the trade. Don't wait for me to say enter the trade and then it loses and you say I'm the one that told you. But I've given you all the possibilities that is going to happen. So make that decision yourself. I am not encouraging you to enter because I personally I am not entering the trade. All right. So that is your decision to make, brother. Mr. Luke Combs. When I am very confident in the trade, I'll tell you go ahead and enter the trade. But for now, nah. Can I analyze USD CHF? What is it? Nothing. Just want to stop. USD CHF. Let's see what do we have on USD CHF. Uh, um, let's go. This would be the last thing that I did on USD CHF, and this is the 1 hour time frame. So I don't know who I did this for. I know I did not take a trade on this pair, so definitely I did this for someone. The good thing is it went to TP. The bad thing is it was a very noisy trade, up and down, which is something that I would not like to see because I probably would have stopped this trade at break even, seeing that it has broken structure to the downside here before pulling back. I would not hold this trade. I probably would have taken it for a break even. But that's it. Let's take it out and let's do our analysis proper. Also look to the left to see if there is any drawings that I have. There is no drawings, so I will just remove all the. There's no drawing. All right. So looking at this now, what can we see? First thing first, we can say that the last structural break that we have is here on 1 hour. There's a break of structure here. So with this, we expect a pullback, all right? A pullback from wherever it ends to some liquidity somewhere around here and then continuation. That's what we expect. Now, for direct entries, I will have my base here. This is like the premium level with respect to this break of structure. Now, this is the premium level to look for a buy from. But above premium level, you see liquidity. There are two things that the market always go for. It's either it goes for mitigation, like I've said, or it goes for liquidity. Here is liquidity, and I have always said that with liquidity, you want to see a change of character before you get involved in a trade. Right? Hassan Bike. How about we enter when it goes past 1.68? I believe you're talking about Euro USD. Uh, how about we enter when it goes past 1.68? So somewhere around here. Well, if it goes past this level, let me go to 5 minute time frame now to explain better. So if you see it going past this high, that is like you want to set a limit order. That is another way of entering. All right. So if it goes past this level, or if it is going above this level, that is showing you that the market is respecting the buys. And what you are saying is you want to set a limit order here. The stop loss probably will be below any low that you have here, and then you will be targeting this level, and that will give you like approximately 1 to 2 or 1 to yeah, approximately 1 to 2 or something like that. But you see, the problem with that entry for me, one is that that is not how I make my entry because I believe that after every break of structure, which is something like this, there is always a pullback, and that pullback oftentimes is not going to be this limit here, right? It's not going to be somewhere around here. Sometimes it's going to be whatever reaction that you had inside. Because look, when this market is going to pull back up now, it's going to react to this level, something like this. It's going to do something like this, maybe a little bit pullback before going up. What I've found is that when the market is doing this retracement, this bigger retracement now, oftentimes when it's doing this retracement, the retracement often comes below this. It's going to use this level as a liquidity. All right, it's going to use that pullback as a liquidity. As a matter of fact, that is the basis for all my entries that you are seeing. You notice that every pullback is always above that little reaction there. You can see that reaction there. This one, the last reaction to what you would call a protected low is often my liquidity for entry. You see that pullback, this was the last reaction here. So that becomes liquidity when the market is pulling back. It's the same thing every time. If you look at all my trade, it is the same thing. You see this reaction here, this last reaction before the breakout, it becomes liquidity. That is what I've been using severally. Look, go back above liquidity. So that is what my entry is always based on. So I wouldn't want to enter uh, just at the breakout. I will want to wait for that pullback. So instead of having my entry here, my own entry is going to be somewhere around here. If it takes me in, fine, and that way I will be able to cover the entire low, so that I will not be stuck in that idea of adjusting stop losses when it happens, right? I want to enter at the point where I know that breaking my stop loss is like a violation. And that's the reason why you see me being confident in holding my trade on BTC, because there's no violation. It means that the trade is still valid. All right. Your trade needs to check all the boxes so that you don't have to be, bringing different ideas later when you are in the trade, because that is going to ruin your trade. If you enter a trade and then you start making decisions later, like, okay, maybe I made a mistake, let me adjust my stop loss to this level. Because if you are going to be entering this trade here, I know that for sure your stop loss is going to want to be somewhere around here, or even sometimes there might be a reaction here. You'll be placing your stop loss somewhere around here, because on the 1 hour time frame, this is a very big stop loss to have, especially when you're trading a small account, right? So the human in you will want to place your stop loss somewhere around here, because that will be back before the breakout, right? You think that there should not be a pullback that should go beyond this level anymore. Now, what you are unintentionally doing is that you are placing your stop loss where me I consider as liquidity. And I would say that 5 out of 10 times, or maybe 6, 7 out of 10 times, it often happens like that. This first reaction get used as liquidity. Now, in some cases, it might happen like you saw here, where it didn't pull below liquidity. All right. So this is what I'm talking about. You see this first pullback, this last pullback before the breakout. So oftentimes I use it as liquidity because I expect that the market is going to be reacting to it. And that is the reason why you're expecting this high from here in the first place. So your expectation is going to be below this level. And the reason why I took this trade here was because there is more liquidity internally. You can see that liquidity that is held here. So going below that will look like a change of character for me, and that's why I took the trade here just to be safe. But in cases where you don't have that type of thing, there is a high chance that this market will go below the first one, and you don't want to be used as liquidity. Also, you want to set your stop loss to where in it invalidates your trade if the trade goes against you. All right. So I hope that is clear, and that is the reason why I will not be setting a buy limit, or sorry, a buy stop order, because it doesn't make any sense to me. I will want to wait for that pullback. All right. So going back to USDC shelf, what was I saying before I was distracted? I think I was on the 1 hour time frame. So now, like I was saying, there are two things that I expect: a liquidity clearance and a continuation. Where if I have a liquidity clearance, I will definitely wait for a change of character. All right, I'll wait for a change of character before entering. But if I was going to enter at the base of a strong low, I can set limits. So these are the two type of trades that I always take. One that comes with liquidity, that comes from liquidity, where I will need to wait for a change of character before entry, which is like what we did on the BTC trade, or the other one, which is at the premium level of that entire zone, which means it is what the risk anyway, especially if the premium level did all that I want to see before the break of structure. All right. The base that causes a break of structure for me is always a strong base, especially if you take care of liquidity before going to break structure. All right, those are the things that I look out for. So since this one checks that box, it took its own personal little liquidity here before going to break structure. That makes it a strong low for me. So if the market would have gone down to this low, then I would have confidently taken a direct buy. But since that did not happen, what then happened? There was this move to clear liquidity here. You can see it has taken this internal liquidity and then it has gone to break structure to the upside. So one thing that you could have, where you could have entered the trade would have been this uh, OB here, and we are still in the 1 hour time frame, which means there's still some adjustment that you could have done. So your trade based on the 1 hour would have looked more like this: a buy here. All right, if you were trading just based on the 1 hour, it would have been a buy here, and your target would be to cause the next break of structure. So you'll be targeting this high here, because what you did is a pullback like this, a pullback from the high. All right, it took liquidity, so now you're expecting a continuation, meaning your first target will be to break this structure. All right, so that you can continue in the journey of the market, and this trade would have been in profit by now. But if you are not in that trade, if you are looking for a sell, seeing this as a break of structure is a lie. All right, seeing this as a change of character or a break of structure is a lie. That's one of the things that we don't do. We don't look at the higher time frame objective, and when we see something like this, we are instantly looking for here as a selling opportunity. Everyone, that is what our eye is always drawn to, because I noticed something that we have now been, like, forced in a way to be seeing the end of a trend rather than looking for the continuation. We are always looking for the end of the trend because we are hoping to catch a very big drop, or a very big, a large drop to infinity. When, if this is the end of this trend and you enter a sell here, your mind is telling you that you can hold up till this level. You take a sell with respect to this. Let's say you take this sell now because you are seeing a change of character. You have it here. Your mind is telling you that this is a break and retest, and you should be looking for a sell that can go for as long as this one. That is what your brain is telling you right now. But I'm telling you that in most cases that is a lie, because you're not paying attention to what the previous structure is doing. This, in most cases, from my experience, this is a lie. It never works out, right? So the two trades that I think is possible here, or that should be the next step in this particular move, is this buy or this buy. It is only when this low is violated that is when your brain should start looking for sales, because you are looking for break and retest a continuation, break a retest a continuation. So this little reaction that you are seeing here, disregard it, in my own opinion, because even though it end up holding, the chances of it holding a couple of more times in the future is low. All right, it's often an inducement, and sometimes it works, but you don't want to be trading based on an idea that only works some little percentage of the time, right? So this sell that you are expecting here, I don't think it's going to hold. If it does hold, don't come and be saying that you are the reason why I did not take the trade. If you like it, you can take it, but I have just told you what I think that this is going to be bad. What I would do, however, is I am not going to be taking a trade on the 1 hour, right? But the 1 hour will tell me where to expect a buy from. So instead, I will go down to like the 15-minute time frame to see. Now on the 15-minute time frame, I have a 1 hour level here where this will be serving as liquidity entrance. All right. So again, there are two things. In the 15-minute time frame now, I will be expecting a trade from here, but this one is based on liquidity, which means I have to see a change of character before I attempt the trade. So I will not be taking the trade with all this in mind. But the direct entry trade would have been down here, the final liquidity and the final what's it called? The final zone, the more premium zone. So this 1 hour trade that I got there, I wouldn't have gotten in if I was on the 15-minute time frame. It would be based on this entire zone, right? But I will be paying attention to that liquidity there, and since it has taken liquidity, what I will not be looking for is a change of character, which you saw here, right? This change of character there internally, so CH. So now that I have a change of character when liquidity has been, I can now confidently use this base as an entry, right? I can confidently use this from here to here, and then I make my entry based on that. So to be two trades, one here, or if I am not confident to the trade, I can go ahead and the entire zone. But if I have a big zone like this, I would rather sorry, let me bring it back to view. If I have a big zone like this, instead of covering for the two, if I was going to be risking $100 on this trade here, what I'll do is I'll make it 50-50. So I'll have one trade here, $50, and then in case the markets try to stop on, I will risk my other $50 here. Bearing in mind that I still have another position, possible pullback to this level to take a trade. But above all, it's definitely going to be with a change of character, and this would have helped you to actually have like a bigger RR because you waited for all the confirmation and you don't need to. This is your confirmation for the trade, which means that going below this one, you validate the trade. So you would already be in this buy, and again, your target means the same. You're targeting the first high, so because the break of structure, that would be your TP1. And your second TP will be, anytime you are coming out of a zone, there's often this level of extra expansion that's added to it. So you see, there's a break of structure here, but the market did not immediately pull back, right? All right, it still will give you like an extra, how many pips? It gives you like an extra 20-30 pips into the future, 40 pips into the future. So if you want to add that to your own tool, you have your TP1 here, which is where you are going to be securing support, and then you can add an extra maybe 10 to 20 pips above it because this is an expansion movement, right? Another reason why you want to take some profit here is that you are not reacting from the final liquidity. You are not reacting from the best liquidity. So the market might decide to play around inside this zone and then come back for the final liquidity. But if I was coming from the final liquidity, I definitely would want to target something even bigger. All right, and that's all. I hope that is clear for USD CHF. Now I would like to look into my BTC trade. I don't really like the fact that this market is playing around here. I am being tempted to secure some because I've seen the same profit like trade time and you end up coming back and all that. So what I'll do instead is to look at the higher time frame to see if there is an encouragement that I can get. The last 1 hour candle is a bullish candle, even though it's an inside bar to this one, which is not really that encouraging in my opinion. But looking at the 4-hour time frame here, that's daily, sorry. So looking at the 4-hour, hey, you guys remember before I go away from the daily, we're talking about this daily candle here yesterday, and somebody was saying that I think the question, if I remember correctly, was is this daily time frame going to be a hammer? Was it a hammer or a hanging man? I don't know. I remember that question clearly because I answered it. He said at that time this daily candle was somewhere around here. It was looking, that was when we were still stuck in the drawdown. It was looking like it was going to take us out, and the guy was asking if this daily was going to end as a hammer. Now this is terrifying. I don't like when I see a very big wick here behind me, especially when I'm taking a buy. I like to see a flawless victory, but since I am having this type of daily time frame, I'll be monitoring my trade accordingly. I still have like 14 hours to go on this daily candle, which means that the daily candle can easily flip and take this one as an engulfing candle, meaning this one will be like a red candle to signify the beginning of a drop on BTC. Either that or this daily candle goes and break above this one to show that the sellers are weak and the market is strong. We are going to see what is going to happen today. We are already in this trade, but seeing this candle close with this level of strength gives me confidence that the market might decide to keep going from here. So I will be holding my trade. That is my analysis of the daily time frame of this particular trade on BTC. Now moving to the 4-hour time frame, the 4-hour is also proving to me that the market might be strong and this low is actually holding. Now we have this resistance here, this last engulfing, or should I say this last very bullish but bearish sentiment looking type of candle here, and then there's a follow-up of a candle. This is our resistance right now. This candle that you're seeing right now, this is what is holding Bitcoin from breaking through. If we are able to see a move above this level, since it has been fighting us since yesterday, if we're able to see a climb above this level, that automatically uh, tells us that the market is very, very strong, and we should expect maybe a push to somewhere around 127,000. All right, but for now, you should have it in mind that we have this resistance to deal with. This particular candle, this inside buy, we have this resistance to deal with, and we're going to watch what is going to happen. 1 hour is still looking bullish. 15 minutes looks bullish in a way, even though it is fighting that here. We also notice that uh, there is this little triangle that is being formed here, which means that the market is kind of like descending in a way to the downside. All right, so we are hoping that if trend line is supposed to be a thing to consider, that this one will hold in our favor since the market has been bouncing from that level. That said, it means that if this market is going to hold, there is a very high probability that it might drop down to this level before going. So since this is a new day and start looking for another trade on BTC, what I will do is instead of setting my break even, I might adjust my stop loss to this instead. All right, I might adjust my stop loss back to the original one because the trade is still very valid and anything can happen at this point. All right, so that is how I intend to manage the BTC trade since the lower time frame is looking bearish right now, and we are waiting and we are expecting that breakthrough. All right, so the breakthrough that I'm talking about out of this prison. I did a break out of this level. That gives me confidence that what I am looking for now is retracement and then a continuation. But since we are stuck in that kind of triangle, there is many things to expect and anything can happen at this point. So if you're one of those people that get scared when you see a pullback into your trade, then if you're happy with what you have, you can close some, but that doesn't help my trade. It has never helped before, and so I'm just going to keep holding the position that I have, especially now that it's in like set at break even, and then I'll see. Uh, I'll look to see what the market does or what it gives me at the end of the day. All right. Another thing to do is instead of looking at the lower time frame and be seeing all those little reaction, you can keep yourself at like 30-minute time frame. That way you will not be concerned with the little things that you are seeing on the lower time frame for BTC. Now that said, I think we can go and start looking for our trades on gold now, which is like everybody's choice. So you guys remember what we were looking for yesterday on gold and how we were able to avoid that losing trade here on gold yesterday. This particular candle was looking like it was going to change character. All right, it was looking like it was going to flip this candle. It went up and it came down looking very bearish, and everybody was thinking that this is all that. Remember, our last trade on gold was this trade, which we expected was going to drive down to this level, but gold is really bullish and the market keeps going up. The only problem is it didn't give us any sign to make an entry, so there was never a retracement. The only retracement that you have is right here, and I probably would not have been looking for a buy at that level. But these were all our expectations of yesterday, where I said that if there is a break above this level, which so if there was a break above this level, now this can be set to be B. Alright. Then we expect a pullback. So there's going to be something like this, a pullback into some liquidity here and then a continuation. But because of how bullish gold is, you can see that it's not even taking the time to pull back enough for you to make an entry. So you have choice than to just watch it do whatever it is that it's doing. Now, for me to take a sell, since it is not ready to go down yet, I will just be facing, or I will just be paying attention to all the internal formations that I'm seeing here. And as you can see, we have a break above here, making this one an internal strong low, and then we have another break here. And if you notice, I am only paying attention to structural break, and since I'm on the 30-minute time frame, it means that there is definitely some structures held inside here. If you go down to like the 15-minute time frame, for instance, you can see double break, double break. So this is seen as a structural break, right? This is seen as a structural break, and this is seen as a structural break. These are the two places, which means that if I see the market trading below this level, that will be my only signal for a sell. Perfecto. Thank you so much. All right. So there is this break of structure now. So until this low is broken, there's really nothing to make you start looking for sales. All right. There's really nothing to make you start looking for sales. Now the problem with taking buys at this level is that since it is standing at like what you would consider an overbought area, right? It is very very overbought, right? The last one, it only reacted to this level and never did like a solid pullback to where you would want it to go to. Now, this could be used as liquidity, but it doesn't take away from the fact that for the market to continue in the uptrend that it is right now, it first of all needs to react to this zone. So, if I let's say if I was to be forced to take a trade on gold right now, this is the first reasonable place to take a trade. If I take a trade here and I lose, this is the 15-minute time frame by the way. If I take a trade here and I lose, then that will signify for me that there is a break or a change of character, and I should expect a temporal drop. All right. So if there is something like this, a break here, let's say I lose this trade, and then there's a break below this level, that should signify that there is a temporal break, especially if it doesn't go to achieve any goal. All right, if it doesn't go to mitigate anything or take any liquidity, that will be telling me that there is a temporal break, and then I will be looking for a retracement and a sell. All right, but for now, the next line of action, if you ask me, that's why I keep saying that if I'm forced to take a trade, if it's by force that I must take a trade on gold, the next line of action will be this level for a buy, for a continuation, because gold is bullish, right? But if there is a break below that one, meaning you have lost one trade, then your next trade will be to look for the sell. But that would depend if that break does not go to achieve any goal. Let's say I have a break now, and then it is going all the way to go and mitigate this level before coming back to this one. That would make it look like there is a force behind that push back, and then that might be a continuation because it is coming from a recommended or place that is very very strong, right? But if let's say it breaks and it terminates somewhere, sorry, let's say it breaks and terminates somewhere around here, and then there is a quick pullback, that would give me a reason to take a sell. All right, immediately take a sell. So next line of action for gold for me will be a buy, and that buy will be from this level, and that will be like a test buy. All right, so I will not be entering with like full margin, or I never enter a trade with full margin, but what I mean is I will be entering with a reduced risk. All right, not the type of risk that I would take if I have a better retracement. All right, but sometimes these are the trades that work out at the end of the day. Another thing is you can decide to go to the lower time frame, which is like the 5 minute time frame, and then wait for a change of character. For this case, since I'm trading based on 15-minute break of structure, I might even go as much as going to the 1 minute time frame. Since I already have my base of action here, I'll be on like the 1 minute time frame. All right, I'll be on this 1 minute time frame, and I'll be waiting for a change of character, something like this. You know, this type of formation. It comes here, and I'll be waiting for. Hold on, I'll be waiting for this here. Break, 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 break of structure. Then I use that as an entry to go up. All right, so this is what I'll be expecting at this zone on the 1 minute time frame. On the 5 minute time frame, it might be more like a bullish candle engulfing. On the 15-minute candle, the same thing, bullish candle engulfing. But Next line of action, if you ask me, for gold is to wait for the market to pull back here, take your buy. It should give you like a 1 to 3, which is worth it. All right, should give you like a 1 to 3. So that's my expectation for gold. Bitcoin, on the other hand, is still trying to make me close my trade early, which I don't like. All right, still trying to make me close my trade early, but we'll keep looking at it. So if there's any more questions, let me know, guys. Let's not forget to hit the like button, all right, because that is the only thing that will be encouraging me to keep doing what I'm doing. You guys have already concluded that forex traders are rich people, so you don't send them flowers anymore. But at least the least you can do is to hit that like button for us. But for those of you who have the flowers, I like to explain to you guys that flowers are not just a way of sending money to your content creators. They are also a way of promoting your content creators, because TikTok makes money when you send flowers to your creators, right? To your content creators, or to your whoever is behind this voice right now. The money that TikTok end up paying those who are, live streaming is like 30% of the entire thing. So they make money when you send those flowers in, which means that they get to promote your live stream to a bigger audience, because again, like I said, they make money. So if you would like to see your boy growing, if you would like to see me also making it just like I'm helping you, if you have those flowers, please don't keep them and say that this is a forest trader, so he has money. Yes, I might not need the money directly, but indirectly I do need it, because should I say, it contributes to my growth as a streamer, a live streamer. So please and please don't say that I'm a rich person. If you have those flowers, send them through. I don't set goals anymore, because I mean, you set goal and it's never achieved. What's the point? All right. What is your take on GJ? On GJ, on GJ. Aha. So, what's that guy's name? I think it should be Cloudy. Cloudy, you said you made a very big amount of money yesterday because you were in a buy and the market just flew. And that drawing that I did was me explaining why you should never hold a trade during the weekend. For those of you who are taking trades on, especially on the funded account, you might be in a sell and something like this might happen and it will wipe your account. That was the explanation. That's the reason why you see this thing here. Yes, this drawing that you saw that I just deleted. That is the reason why you were seeing it here. So by market open yesterday, something happened. The market flew to this level. All right. And for those of you who were here yesterday, I think it was Cloudy. I'm not sure if he's here right now, but he said that there's a lot of clear ability and he was tempted to take this sell here because of this move. And I discouraged him from that sell yesterday, because I told him that since there is a very big move to this level, there is a very high chance that this is just a retracement for a continuation. I don't think the strength that was able to push the market to this level in one candle is done yet. I think it's still going to continue, and that he should avoid any sell here. I think it's the same thing was with USD JPY. Yeah, it should be the same thing. The same thing with USD JPY. So, and I was saying that the only way to take a sell here is when there is a character formation. All right. FS Joy, you are a scammer. Trading view with Joy. Why are you doing that? Do you want me to block you? You're posting link on my own live stream. Why are you doing that? Do you want me to block you? I only left it because I see that it's trade FX trading with Joy. Telegram. Oh, so it's a Telegram channel, not trading view. Bye bye. You are not here for something, and I'd like to delete that comment. How do I delete the comment? That is a scammer. Anytime you see anybody promoting, I don't know how to delete this. I don't block them. I don't block them.
I've blocked him. I'm just trying to see if I can delete the message, but for some reason I'm unable to delete the comment even on my main phone. So please and please, I want to ask you people,
There is nobody on this earth that is going to be sampling money to sell. When you have money, you have money. There's nobody who is going to say this is $10,000, bring $1,000 and take this $10,000 because I don't need it. So anybody that is so desperate for you to join their Telegram channel is probably there definitely should be an ill intention. If you are going to be joining any Telegram channel, it should be based on how you like the person or whatever the person is doing, how interesting whatever that person is to you. So for example, you see people asking me where is my Telegram channel every time that I'm doing my analysis here on the live section, but you will never see me begging anybody to say come and join my Telegram channel. Right, that should be your choice to make, that should be your decision to make. So if you see anybody posting all this type of link and asking you to come and join a Telegram channel, if that person was making a huge win as they claim to be making in their own trading, they definitely should not be begging you to join their Telegram channel. So if you see them posting money, it is the money that they make from people like you who end up joining a group because you saw that they are showcasing money that they are using to, make you feel that way. So back to what we're saying. This was the first uh, pair that is JPY related that was sent to me yesterday night. I think it should be around 10 o'clock yesterday. If you go to the live stream of yesterday, it's still available on YouTube. You see what we're talking about. So everybody who was trading, taking a trade on anything related to JPY, woke up to see. Bro, I have already told you what to expect on Euro USD. So I don't know why you keep asking me that question. All right, Hassan, Vicky, I already told you that if I don't see a break above this level, I'm not interested in a buy. So why do you keep asking about Euro USD? I am not entering a buy with this formation. This is oftentimes an inducement, and you are going to see that this trade is going to get, like violated until I see like a break of structure, a break above this level, this line. I'm not interested in this buy, especially when you are seeing this level. Let me ask you a question: will you jump into a car that is moving at 100 km per hour? So why do you want to jump into a trade that is showing this level of aggression to the downside? All right. So let's say you are in a bus park and you are looking to enter a car that is going towards your direction. If the car is coming to the bus park and is still moving at 100 km per hour, will you just jump into the car? No, you wait for the car to stop, open the door, and then you enter. So when you see this level of aggression coming towards your POI, all right, so you have like the fact that you are looking for a bike here, it means you have a POI, i.e., a bus park. All right, so you are at a bus park here, you want to enter the trade. Now, if this market was approaching this bus park in a slow mode, like you are saying here, if this is the type of movement that approached my bus park, then I'll be more than happy to take a direct entry or to make an entry. All right, but even at this level, you can see that I waited for a change of character before looking for that sell here. So why would you dare to enter a trade that you are seeing this level of aggression and you are seeing this level of strength on the bearish side? You can see that the bearish side are having the aggression. So even if you want to enter this trade, if you want to be safe on this trade, the best thing to do is to see that, okay, the momentum slow down. This is the first sign that the momentum is slowing down. But has he opened the door for you? Like, is it telling you to come in yet? If there is anything that is signifying a buy right now, this is the first 15-minute candle that I will say, okay, this is the first one, but this is not strong enough. But seeing this second close will be the first reason to enter. But for me, like I said, it is not yet a good confirmation for me to get involved, because my money is very precious to me. I don't want to just come and rush in, right? I don't want to just rush into the trade. So what I would rather do is, since it has created a resistance above this level, I would like to see it go above that resistance first, and then a pullback is when I will make the entry. I don't care if I have to be the first to enter the trade. It never pays. I've tried it a couple of times where you want to have like a best entry in the trade, something like this. You call this a change of character, and you want to have the best entry. Yes, it might look fancy on paper, but if you take your time to check all the trades that you have taken with this same type of entry in the past, you notice that you are still in a loss at the end of the day, because like I said, from my experience, 60% of the time this end up being used as liquidity. All right, this end up being used as liquidity 60% of the time. And if the probability of that happening, if the probability of that happening is very low like that, you don't want to risk your hard earned money in a case like this. So what I am doing right now is simply the behavioral analysis or the scenario analysis of this particular move that led to my POI. So yes, the market is in my POI. Yes, I am looking for a buy, but this is telling me that I might want to wait just a little bit to see if the market is really realigning with what I am looking for before I even attempt getting into the trade. All right, that's the reason why I said that you should wait. And even though this looks good, this is there is so many inducements in the market. You don't want to use as an inducement. Okay, I hope that is clear now. Okay, so going back to the GJ, this is exactly the same thing with the USD JPY. Something definitely is happening with the Japanese yen, and that is the reason why these pairs are jumping against the JPY. So yesterday, if Cloudy is here, he will tell you guys when I said that avoid that sell, even though it was looking good on GJ. It's the same thing as USD JPY. That's the reason why I am showing the two of them, to see that they are in the same manner. Another thing that I said was that even if I'm going to be taking a trade here, and again for you, Hassan, this is the same thing. This is the same thing, all right? This is what we are trying to avoid. Look at the pressure. Look at the pressure that the market is using to approach your POI. All right. When you see this type of momentum, that tells you that the buyers are in control or the sellers are in control, vice versa, depending on what direction you are looking at it from. If you are looking for a buy and you see this type of pressure, sorry, if you are looking for a sell and you see this type of pressure approaching your POI, that is to tell you to hold on for a bit and wait for some structural formation. And that's exactly what I did yesterday. You wait for there to be some type of structure, and then when that structure is being violated, that is a sign that the market is finally about to come and fill this gap. There is a gap in this market. It is very attractive, and you are looking to fill that gap. But if you are not careful, the market might use you. It might induce you, it take you as liquidity as many times as it could possibly take you out before giving the right signal for a sell. And the right signal will be, like a break of this structure or a change of this character. So since there is no structure to base your trade here, you want to wait for that structure to be formed, and then you join into the trade. That's exactly what you are waiting for on this thing, on Euro USD. Okay. Yes, I trade synthetic. Bitcoin looks like it is recovering, so we are good. We just hope for this market to break now, and then our trade should be bye-bye, right? I trade synthetic, but let me finish with all the analysis that people are sending across here before we can go to synthetic. All right. So now Right, so I think I have answered all the questions so far. What's your take on GJ? I've done that. Okay, so I really haven't completed that. For GJ, since what we said yesterday is happening, what we now need to do, since we cannot take a buy at this level that the market is, obviously nobody is going to be taking a buy yesterday when it was doing this, right? I mean, if you took it, kudos to you, because you have like very strong bulbs, things like that. But since you are waiting for a sell, another thing you can do now is you look back in time, which is not what I like to do in most cases. I like to follow the current structure, but when there is a case like this, you can look back in time on the higher time frame to see if there is any previous zone to target. All right. So from what we can see here, based on the 4-hour time frame now, from what we can see here, the premium level to look for a sell from now will be this one. All right. Make sure I cover enough gap. So this one here will be where I expect the market to retrace to. And this is the 4-hour time frame of GG. All right. So this should be the next target for this move here. The market has been in an uptrend, so it's a good thing. You were looking for this sell here because you saw this as a change of character, and you're not wrong. All right. You saw this as a change of character, and I also see it too. This is a change of character, if you ask me. Actually, the change of character started here, not there. So that would be a break of structure, not a change of character. So this is the change of character, CH. All right. So if you were looking for a sell from somewhere around here, especially since it's my bad, especially since it's coming from the outside, you are not wrong. All of us were looking at the same thing. Okay. All right. So if you're looking for a sell here, you are not wrong. It's just that the market has a different thing in mind. And this move clearly shows that this is a fundamental arrangement. This has to be some fundamental thing. So since this has happened, I need to reassess all my analysis. All that is done, I now clear my chart and do a proper top-down analysis. For this one, since I have nothing to base my trade against that is closed, I can go down to like the daily time frame just to make sure what I am looking at is correct. Okay. So the next one that I can see here is based on daily time frame. First of all, we saw this structural break here, which you can call a change of character. The market was following a certain structure, all right, before getting to that level. So going below it is a change of character for me. Now, if this was a retracement, of course, it means that it is reacting from a very reasonable low. Because if this was a retracement, I wouldn't expect it to go below this level. And as you can see, it respected that low quite well. All right, it did all that, respected that low, and the market bouncing back from this level, and it has been going upwards. So based on the daily time frame, the market is still in a way in an uptrend, but internally there was a change of character here, which this will be a shock, or whatever you want to call it, break or structural shock, whatever. All right, so CH. All right. So if this is a change of character, or if this is a break of structure, anyhow you want to call it, doesn't matter. It means that we expect that this low, since it's a very strong low, this high, since it's a very strong high, we expect that it should at least be respected. All right. Even though the market is going to violate it at the end of the day, even though the market might end up, breaking through this level. Even though it's going to end up breaking through this level at the end of the day, because you never can tell until it happens, right? Even though it's going to break through this level at the end of the day, you still expect that before that happens, there should be a reaction from somewhere inside this area. Now, if I was a daily time frame trader, I would want to enter at the premium level. All right, that premium level will be this one. This will be the premium level where I will set my limit if I was to be trading on the daily time frame. However, this level becomes a liquidity point. All right, since there is no any other breakout structure to the downside, this level becomes my liquidity point where I will be looking for a change of character to enter. Right. So if I mark this out now, this signifies my liquidity point. All right. So if I see a change of character here, even though it doesn't tap into my premium entry zone, if I see like a change of character here before it taps my entry zone and I see a change of character, I'll be more than happy to take that trade. It's the same blueprint every day, every time. I'm not changing anything, even on the higher time or on the lower time frame. So around here, I expect to see a change of character if that is where we want to take the turn from. So again, like I've always said, the market goes after two things. It's either liquidity or mitigation. Liquidity is where it goes above. You can see that here. Look, there's a breakout structure. This is liquidity. Right? It goes above liquidity. In this case, you can call it liquidity and mitigation, whatever, two of them. You can see how it went above this one, and then immediate side drop. You can see it in many places when you are trading. When there is a break of structure, you expect the market to pull to the bait. All right, let me delete that because I don't want to complicate my chart. All right. So for that guy who asked for GJ, I hope you are following because this is like the complete top-down analysis again that I'm doing again the second time. All right. So make sure you are following and you are getting the top process as to what I'm expecting. So if it is reacting to liquidity, I will expect to see a change of character before an entry. But if it is based on the final zone or the final mitigation, then I can easily set a limit, all right, for that. But remember, this is the daily time and I am an intraday trader, kind of like scalper or whatever you want to call it. So I'm not going to be setting limit yet, especially since we have this type of bullish momentum coming. I would like to see how it slows down when it is approaching that level before I set my limit, right? I like to observe what it's going to do. So, but from this view alone, I can tell that the next place that I can see as a possible place to take a sell from is this 2 area. That now tells me that this move still have a long way to go, and I should be looking for buys in this market until that place is met. And the last place that market reacted from is this low. So if before reaching that up, I see a pullback from here, if I see a pullback from here, all right, down to this level, then I could easily take a buy. Sorry, those on TikTok, I don't think this screen is looking as bold as I want it to look. It's showing very bold on my phone, but I think I need to be learning to zoom in better. All right. So if there's a pullback to this level, I'll look for a buy. All right. If there is a push, if this thing keep going to this level, then it's a sell. Now for that pullback alone to happen, this is like how many pips? All right. So the market is going to pull back from here to the place that I'm looking for a buy. That's like 342 pips, right? That's like 342 pips. And as a day trader, it will be a sin to say that I'll keep waiting until the market gets to this level before I look for a trade, right? That means that since I now have what I am expecting on the daily time frame, I can move down to the 4-hour time frame to see what is next. All right. Remember, we have been following a trend and we have been in an uptrend right from this base here. All right. So if you are trading with respect to this base, there's also a very I think this one should not be expected to happen anytime soon, but that's the origin of this move that has managed to keep printing the buys, all right? And also for this one, there was this break structure here, which is the last break of structure. And this is the reason why I keep saying that regardless of what you are looking for example, if you are looking for the market to get to this level, you still need to be paying attention to what is happening inside. The last break of structure in this area was this one, yes, and there's no surprise that this low is able to move the market upward. I would have preferred if it comes down to like the premium level, but when it comes to trading, what you are expecting or what you prefer does not really have to happen at the end of the day. Sometimes it could use liquidity just like it did there, and you guys can see what I'm talking about, right? So sometimes it could use liquidity. So it took some liquidity and respected this little internal formation here and supported with the idea of that news or whatever fundamental activity this is. You can see that it decided to just forget about this one for later, just like it forgot about the lower one for the future. All right. So in the future, the market will react to any of these places, but for now, it has left that behind as liquidity. All right. It has left it behind, and you just need to accept that that is what the market is doing, and you just follow along. All right. Now, I wouldn't be taking a trade immediately here for a sell when I see a bullish market, and that's the reason why I said if you really want to take a trade, you need to wait for like a structural formation on a strong time frame, maybe 30 minutes, 15 minutes, any one of them. Just be paying attention to any structure that it is taking. Me and you know that you will not be confident enough to take a buy right now. Like if you have a buy formation, let's say you have something like this now. this is a base. Me and you know that you will not be confident enough to take that buy here because you are looking at this gap and you are saying, oh, there's a lot of gap here, we use as liquidity, and you are very correct. So just avoid it completely. Don't even draw a line that will make you want to make that mistake. Right? Forget about it and wait for what you are confident with, what you are comfortable with to happen. And in my own case, I think what I'll be looking for is, since it's creating structure right now, I'd like to see when that structure is violated. Alright, if I keep following it until I see something like this, a strong structural formation getting violated, that is when I'll start looking for sell. So for now, if you don't have anything to do, just avoid GJ, and or you can just be observing. It's not every day you have to take a trade on a particular pair. Sometimes you just need to see it and just forget about it. Just like we saw on gold, we were looking for a sell, but since it's not giving us an opportunity to take that sell here, we forgot about it. And is it painful to see all this move to the upside without you being in it? You could have easily just been a buy and you see a buy all the way to this level. Is it painful to watch it? Yes, it is painful, but you don't have to catch every peak movement in the market. If you have one, stick to it. If you have one that you are currently in, just watch it. Sometimes it's better to avoid those trades. And that is my take on GJ. I hope that is clear. That is my reasoning if I will be taking a trade. All right. So before that is done, I think I should now start paying attention to my synthetic. But first, I will need to check if my account is funded, because that's the exact same reason why I did not take any trade yesterday. And still, they are still holding my money, so there's nothing I can do about it. You guys can see this is a synthetic account that is very empty. So even if I'm making analysis on synthetic, you need to know that I probably will not be taking the trade. So but if I had money in my account, I would take it. I will always do my analysis regardless, right? So yesterday, you guys remember for synthetic pair, and particularly this one, this is volatility in the 75 1s. All right. So you guys remember this trade that I said that I don't like how it is consolidating around this area. So again, the same concept is what is happening here. I always have two zones that I like to take the trade from in the market. One is liquidity level, and for synthetic, I like to play on a very low time frame. I like to take my trades on like the 1 minute time frame, simply because it's an algorithm, and I like to understand. Uh, I like to follow the algorithm with details. Like I like to see the microscopic movements, and I will do my analysis based on the 15-minute time frame. But when it comes to taking an entry on synthetic, and you can see that's the reason why you see so many trades on my charts. You see so many of them happening on my charts here. That's because I trade on the lower time frame when it comes to synthetic. I can do my analysis on the 5-minute time frame, and then I go down to the 1 minute time frame and start taking trades. It's the same thing whether you are looking at the 1 minute or the 4 hour time frame. It's how you understand your time frames that actually matters. All right, how you understand your structure and what is happening on the time frame that matters. So, for example, if you're looking at the 5 minute time frame, you'll be expecting that reaction from this low. But if I am on the 1 minute time frame, I will see that what you are expecting here, I will be expecting it to happen above here, because I now see the little liquidity that is held inside there. And you guys remember how my trading is, that I said there are two places where I will be looking for trade from in the market. Liquidity zone, where I will draw my liquidity line, and if the market takes the liquidity, I will wait for a change of character, then to get up. That's exactly where the market was. Forget about this one. This is the 1 minute time frame, so that's a lot of information. But yesterday, when I was on the live section, 2 attempts to take a trade was failed. This one, which is a failing trade, and this one, which also ended up being a failing trade. But then the third one, if I took all this trade, I would have been able to recover with this last trade. I was risking 1%, -1, and then this one went to 3%, and even went more to break structure for like a 1 to 5. So even if I have managed to take 2 losses here, this one would have been able to recover. And even if this one did not recover, of course, I would have keep following the market until I got one. And this very one trade, you could have capitalized on it in many ways. You see, after this break of structure to the downside, you would have you would have been able to also take another trade here if, give me a minute there. So if you took this trade yesterday, after that break of structure to the downside, you would have taken this one because you see it went above liquidity here, and then another one, and then another one until you can capitalize on every move in this particular pair, right? But that is done, that is said. I always like to refresh my brain as to what is happening in the market before I need to get myself back with the story of what is happening. So again, I'll be expecting a sell here, but this sell definitely will be with this would have been a direct entry, so this would probably be a loss. And what will be the reason for this trade? Because there's a break of structure here. The only reason why I would not take a trade like this is that but this is coming from a continuation. So if I saw that the market was coming from this low, remember taking this trade, your target for this trade would have been somewhere around this level, some liquidity around this level, maybe this one. All right. And since the market has pulled down to like 50% of the zone, look, if I take out, if I let's say I go to the 5 minute time frame now. All right, let's go to the 5 minute time frame. Let me remove some of this drawing because I did not use them anyways. It's distracting me, but I hope you understand what is going on there. So now I've removed those drawing. I will be looking for this one. I will be looking for a buy down here. All right, but the movement, if you pull out your Fibonacci retracement tool, pull out your Fibonacci retracement tool, you'll see that this is 50%, and a pullback below 50% is already enough for any pullback you're looking for, especially when there are liquidities to take. And since all this one did not retrace back to the final level, there could be used as liquidity just like you're seeing now, and then the market can continue going forward, right? So that will make me skeptical about taking a trade here, so this can go. Now what you have is a break of this entire zone, all right? There's now a break of this structure here. All right, so I can remove some of this just so the chart is a little bit cleaner. So what you now have is a break of this structure, this entire zone there, which means that when you had this pullback, this would have been a good place to take a trade for you. So again, this would be your liquidity and zone to take it. I don't know why my pair is not selecting, so see that liquidity there. It's a bit worried this thing. Alright, so this will become your new zone that you are looking for a trade from. Now, if the market gets into this area, you can go down to like the 1 minute time frame to look for this type of change of character or something to take that buy. So with what I've just done now, I have managed to bring myself back to understand where the market is and what should be my next target. This is one, this is the other one, and all that. So if the market is moving towards this level and I'm trading from a reasonable support level here, right, from a reasonable support level here, my target should be all the way up there. So I can now start looking for my structures inside of this zone. That is the goal for the market, right? I can now start looking for this structure. Remember, this one is still temporarily in a downtrend until this high is violated. This internal high is violated. We are still temporarily in a downtrend. Will I take a sell here? No, definitely not. I will not take a sell here because the market is reacting from where I would have expected that sell to go to if I was taking the sell. So I definitely will not be taking the sell here. But what I'll be hoping to see is to see a break above this level. If I see a break above this level, which will be something like this, that will be the goal of this first buy that I have on this market, right? Then I'll start looking for all the reasonable bases in this zone. So this is one that I could use as liquidity, and this is the final one. So this is I expect the market to come and react to. So in any of these places on the 1 minute time frame, if the market reverse back to this level, I will be looking for a buy. But that is only when this high is broken. If it is reacting from this high, it makes this low invalid. because that would be like a break. That would be like a break like this. So the break, retracement, a continuation, all right, and that will make this too low invalid. All right. So anything that I'll be doing is based on if another thing happens, and that is like that's the reason why you see me drawing all these zones without really thinking about them, because I know that if I'm going to be using those zones, it's going to be based on another thing happening. All right. But I'll have them marked up on my chart, and since I don't have any money on my synthetic account yet, I will not do any other analysis on the other pairs that I'll be looking at because there's no point. I just need to pay attention to my forex for now. All right. So let me see the questions here. Please help us to explain what liquidity means and how to identify it. Okay. Mr. Cowboy, I'll do that for you. I really want to learn how to trade. Okay, sure. You will learn how to trade. Just keep in mind. All right, so Cowboy, I think your question is very interesting. Guys, let's not forget to like if you are learning from everything that I've been saying so far. I know a lot of people don't like when you are doing analysis and you are explaining. They just want you to tell them where to sell, where to buy, where to enter. And that is not what this our live section is about. I am trading, so I teach when I'm trading. All right. If I see an opportunity to teach, I will always teach. So if it is buy, sell you are looking for, that is not what this place is about. I'm currently in a trade, but if I see reasonable questions, I use that as an opportunity to teach because that's like the origin of this whole live section in the first place. All right. So the next question that we have here is what time do you normally come online? Uh, I come online in the morning, but sometimes I used to do my analysis in the night. So, like yesterday, I was live at I think I started the live section at 8:30 p.m. and I closed at 12 o'clock in the night. So I was exhausted and I went to bed, right? So waking up this morning at 8 was practically impossible. I woke up and it was already 9:30 and I just came on live as fast as I can. All right. So just know that you are expecting to see me on live in the morning. That is from section open in the morning. That's around 8:30 and above. And also sometimes in the night if I am feeling good about coming on live. All right. If I am strong enough to come, because there's a lot of talking and sometimes it's very very distracting and exhausting. So yeah, specific time I really can't guarantee, but you should expect to see me in the morning and sometimes in the night. Right. So Cowboy, here is my understanding of liquidity. All right, let me look for a pair that I can use to explain liquidity. Let me look for something that I can use here. All right, so let me use this one. All right. So um, this is 15 minute time frame, all right? And liquidity for me are like passengers, me and you. So let me try to see if I can use a layman's explanation in a way that you can understand. You are a Nigerian, I believe. Sorry, you are a Nigerian, I believe, Mr. Cowboy. If you are not a Nigerian, anywhere you are or any country that you're from, I want you um, to assume that you want to travel from one part of your country to the other. So for Nigerians, I will use Lagos and Abuja for example. And then I want you to assume that you are a bus driver. You have an 18-seater bus that you are driving, all right? So you are a bus driver, you are picking, okay, Nigerian. So you are picking people from Lagos to, you are picking people from Lagos to Abuja or Abuja to Lagos, vice versa. Any one of them is fine, all right? So you as the bus driver, there are two things that you are thinking. You have an 18-seater bus. You are in this business to make money, so you need as much passenger in your bus as possible. All right, that is what is going on in your head. Sometimes that's the reason why you see them registering with the park. So they go and park their car at the bus park, and then they start waiting for passengers to come and fill up their car so that they will go. And there are some cases where you see that even at the park, they don't get enough passengers. Sometimes they will get up to like 14 people out of the 18, or sometimes even 10 people will be available to travel on that day. Now, since you already have 10 people, you might want to start going. You might want to start leaving Lagos to Abuja or Abuja to Lagos, with the hopes that you get other people in the road. So, see the passengers as liquidity for you. It is necessary for you to move. All right. Remember, the original definition of forex trading is exchange of value, right? So some people are buying, some people are selling. So it's supply and demand. Some people supply to the market, some people are there to buy. Some people are there to buy, some people are there to sell. That is exchange of value, right? The asset is changing hands, right, from one person to another. So it's the same relationship. It's like the driver is looking for passenger, the passenger is looking for a driver. All right. So now, see the market as the driver. The market is always looking for passenger. All right. And see yourself as the passenger. Who you are a retail trader, right? So you are the passenger to the market. So the market needs you to move. It needs your liquidity, i.e., your SL. All right. It needs your stop loss to move. It is when it has gotten enough order that it will move in that direction. So when you see the market going against you, it's not really about you. The market is just doing what it needs to survive. It needs your liquidity or your stop loss to survive, because without your stop loss, how is it going to fill the orders of the buyers? All right. And the buyers are in the control. So if you're taking a sell when the buyers are in the control, yeah, they need your stop loss in order to keep going up. All right. Another thing to another way to explain it before you understand the whole thing. I'm not done with the driver and passenger story, but I want to add another thing to the mix. Let's say that you are a phone producing company, Apple, for example, and you are launching iPhone 17. Ask yourself this question: why do you always see that when we are approaching a launch of a new phone, for example, iPhone 17, there's always this hype around this? Like, we already know that Apple is going to make iPhone 17, so they don't even need to promote it anymore for people to buy it, right? Apple is a big company, but you always see that they double down on the promotion. They will even offer some bonuses. Sometimes they will even offer you, something that will entice you to come and buy because it's a new product, right? A company like Apple does not need to put in all that effort. They don't need to put in all that effort, but they need to, because if you are going to be selling more than 1 million copies of a phone and only few people knows about it, even though your product is very very strong, you might not be able to sell that amount of number if people are not anticipating it. So you see all those hype that you keep seeing, you see all your favorite reviewers doing, you see all those crazy people that you watch on YouTube that are making reviews on this phone. You might think that you're not sold on those reviews, but what that review is doing is making you to is making you to desire that phone. So even if you don't have money, there is a part of you that is deeply praying that you should have money by the time the phone comes out so that you buy. And I kid you not, if most of us have the money, forget the fact that everybody is saying that it's expensive and all that. If you had the money, you would have bought it. All right. So don't deceive yourself and keep saying that me, I will never buy a phone that is 5 million naira. If you had the money, you will buy it because you are sold on the hype. All right. So now, how does that relate to this market? It tells you that for there to be a reasonable amount of sales, you need to make a promotion, and for the driver to gain all those level of passengers that he's looking for, that is the reason why he takes his car and go to the bus park. So see that idea as promoting your car so that people will find it. Now, what should you do if you are the passenger and you know that the market is regularly going to look for you? Your stop loss, again, like I said, is the liquidity in the market. All right. Your stop loss is what the driver is going after. You, as a person, you are the passenger. For the market to be able to move to the next level, all right, it needs you to fulfill its order. So the only thing you can do for yourself as a passenger is to be a smart passenger. So let me ask you a question. If you know or you have the information that the bus that you want to follow from Abuja to Lagos is going to begin its journey at 6 o'clock, is there a point why you should go and stay at the bus park at 2 o'clock in the night? No. All right. But you also don't want to come to the bus park at 7 a.m. because at that time the bus would have left you behind. All right, the bus would have gone. So you as a passenger, you have the obligation to be at the bus park at the right time. That way you will not miss the bus, and also you don't want to come to the bus park too early so that you will not be stuck in that cold. Early in the morning you have to have a very big cardigan and all that, you know, be in the cold. And even if it's in the afternoon, you see all those long cars that you are seeing. If you get into that car too early, you are going to be very, very frustrated because sometimes they'll be waiting for more passengers. There's going to be a lot of heat. You'll be complaining, driver, let's go now, let's go. Sometimes some people might even want to pay for more than one seat just so they can motivate the driver to move. So that's the reason why I like using this analogy to explain liquidity and the rest of them. This relationship is the exact same thing that you are seeing in the forex market. So you now, you need to be smart. Yeah, I'm in Abuja. All right. So you need to be smart with how you enter the trade. So as a passenger that I know very well that the market, who is the driver, is always looking for my SL as liquidity to drive his car. All right. I don't want to get into the car when I know that the car has not stopped yet. All right. I want to get into the car at the most comfortable level. And how do I know that? So now that I understand that passengers are liquidity, I will also look for where there is a bus park. The bus park, in my opinion, is the final zone. All right. So let's say I want to move from Abuja to Lagos. This becomes the bus park. So even though my house is somewhere here, even though my house is somewhere around here, even though my house is located somewhere around here, all right, let's say my house is located somewhere in Uli and the bus park is in Zuba, it is now left for me as a person, if I want to be safe, to go to the bus park, which is at Zuba, all right, to go and wait for the car to come to me. I also need to figure out the time that I need to be at the bus park, like I've already explained, whether it's in the morning. I wouldn't want to wake up at 2 o'clock in the night and go and stay in the bus park. If my bus is leaving by 6 o'clock, one thing I can do is to make sure I'm at the bus park at 5:30. That way, I will not wait too long, and also I will be there on the right time to catch the bus. That is what you are doing. So you go to the bus park, you wait here. That's the reason why you have it. And the reason why you are doing that is you know that your house is here. You could easily just stand on the road and get into the car, maybe somewhere around here. But the problem is, if the car is not filled up yet, which means the liquidity that is in the market or the passengers is not filled in the car. Maybe you are like the number one or number two people. You are going to have to wait. All right, you're going to have to wait for the market to go all the way to fill up the car. And sometimes you can be lucky. Sometimes maybe the time you are entering the car, the driver really needs something that he wants to go and do in Lagos, so he just wants to keep going with just 5 people in the car. But you will notice that happens like once a while. It doesn't happen quite often. All right, for you to get a car that will just start going in your direction, it doesn't happen often like that. And you want to trade based on an idea that happens so many times, a pattern that you can easily spot anytime that you are taking or you are entering a journey, right? You want to enter with a pattern that you are familiar with. All right, I hope this is sinking in. So now you want to do yourself a favor to always enter at the premium level. You can see someone who entered this trade here for a buy. Let's say your house is here, so you just step out and then you enter this trade for a buy, and you are looking to get to Lagos, which let's assume that Lagos is all the way up here now, right? Now you are in this trade from here. This is the problem by entering too early, right? You are in this trade, and at this point, let's say your stop loss was somewhere around here, so to be safe, right? At this point, you are smiling, you are like thinking that anybody here who is not in the car is wasting his time and the boss is going. But then the boss does a rethink. I'm talking about the driver now. He has to rethink his ideas. So I'm moving from here, which is Abuja, to Lagos, but I only have 5 people in my car. and I'm going to be spending, let's say, 70,000 naira to fill up the bus, and the amount I'm going to gain from the five people might be, let's say, 50,000 naira. This is not profitable for me as the driver. This doesn't make sense when you want to talk about, business. So I definitely need more passenger, and this is the point where you start seeing the driver begging you, and please, oh, I thought I was going to see a lot of passengers, oh, but I cannot go with just like, please permit me to go back to Zuba so that I can go and get more passengers. And you now be stuck in this level of consolidation of the driver looking for passenger, i.e., in the forest market, liquidity. All right. Forget that I'm using this layman's language. It's just a way of me trying to help you understand what is happening in the market. But just keep relating it to the forex market and keep thinking how many times you have seen this happen. All right, you are in a trade, the trade is good, but because you entered in the wrong time or at the wrong spot, you are now stuck in this drawdown until it gets to the level. And that is why you see that the moment the market gets filled up, the moment the bots get filled up or the final liquidity is taken, if the market was going to, go from that place that you are expecting it to go from, you start seeing a very quick movement. So for someone who has the patience to wait for this market to take all the liquidity that it takes and then wait for better confirmation, which in this case will be a change of character, you can see everything happened here. At this point, it's in your zone. It has given you a change of character. I can easily enter a trade here, and instead of waiting for this length of time for the same trade to manifest, all right? So for someone who entered here, you would have waited. Let's say you entered at this candle, you would have waited from here all the way to my bad. I zoomed out so much. So for someone like this, that person would have entered and would have had to wait from here to here, which was like 10 days and 15 hours, all right, for that same trade to be actualized. 10 days and 15 hours. I don't think any one of you here will be in this trade. I don't think any one of you have the patience to be in this trade for 10 days and 15 hours. Meanwhile, the other person who was patient did not have to go through all this stress, this emotional trauma. It did not have to go to this, I'm in profit, I'm in loss, I'm in profit, I'm in loss. Now, that person would have maybe taken some profit here and would be smiling and telling you that you don't know what you are doing and all that. But then he probably would have lost it on the way back, because the moment you take a trade and you take your profit, you start looking for the next trade, and that is when you make mistakes. All right, because a trade that should have been one, you end up making like five trades in one. All right, you end up taking five trades, and before five trades, there's a high chance that you will lose three or four out of them. All right, because you're not waiting for the right one. Now compare that to the person who waited or was paying attention to what the market is doing and took the trade here. That person would have spent how many days? Let's calculate that again. So let's say I entered on the close of this 15-minute candle, or even this one, just so I am fair, and I took the trade. For me to get to my target, it took me 3 days compared to 10 days that this person would have waited. Now, I'm obviously a day trader, so I may or I may not hold this trade like that, but I'm just giving you like a comparison of the two of them. So now, to answer that your question about liquidity as a whole, liquidity for me is like all the information that is held between point A. Let's say this is point A now. So let's say this is point A, and then let's call the final place that I started this retracement from point B. Right? So this becomes point B. So point A to point B. And why is that point A to point B? Because that move was able to break a structure, right? So when there is a break of structure, you expect a retracement. So point A to point B, everything that is held inside of this zone, and I'm talking from here to here, everything that is held inside is called liquidity in my book. All right. Everything that is held in this green box now is liquidity in my book, which means that the market is attracted to come and wipe them. These are passengers for the bus driver, in my opinion. So there are two things that I'll look into. I know that the bus does not need to get to the final bus stop, but oftentimes you get there
But one thing that I will notice is that when there is a retracement in the market and the market did not get to the liquidity at first, sometimes you can use that as liquidity and then continue going. So in a case like this, instead of entering with this one alone, since it is reacting and is reacting above, its own internal liquidity, I can say, okay, if I see a change of character here, just like you have seen a change of this little character, then I can confidently take a trade here. But that trade is only with respect to the internal structure, right? So it can help you to get into a trade. It can also help you to get out and all that. So when you're seeing a change of character at odd places, you can know a way to get out. You can take a trade here while you are waiting for your original trade to manifest. I hope this explanation of liquidity is enough for you, because this is as layman as I can get. All right. So let's continue. Let's look at our trade on BTC, which looks like it's doing very, very fine for now. Where is the trade? Where am I? Oh, should it be this one? Oh, am I so zoomed in? Oh, okay. So here we are. This is the trade that I'm currently holding. This is a trade that I'm currently holding, and it's still the exact same context. There's a break of structure. You expect the market to get down to liquidity. So there are two places here, like I've always said. Liquidity, which is this one. After liquidity, the market is always hunting to it's either liquidity or mitigation. So when there's a pullback below the previous interaction, is liquidity. After that liquidity, you want to see a change of character before making an entry. So that is one. Another one is basis. Like, see that solid is here. Support and resistance traders will understand what I'm talking about. So there is one here, but the premium level that I would have loved to enter a trade if I was going to set limit with this final liquidity. See that final liquidity there, this final reaction is what I call liquidity. So if I wanted to enter this trade with a limit order, this is where the trade will be from. Alright, this the little gap below the zone, just to be safe, because that is what is going to invalidate this trade. So this is where the limit order will be. But sometimes you wait for the limit order, and what I've experienced is that it's not every time that the market goes to final liquidity. Sometimes it just comes and reacts to some reasonable zones there. It has to be reasonable though. So I see this one, and if you investigate further, you see that this one was a structural formation. You can see how it came down, took its own kind of like liquidity before breaking structure. So this place as a whole could be a place that the market will react from. And you can see that the market came there and then it printed this very bullish candle. That's like my cue to take a trade, right? So I went down to like the 5-minute time frame to see if there was like an internal change of structure. All right. And what do you see here? There is this structure that ended up printing that liquidity graph, and then the market bullishly went above it. Now, I would have loved to see it go above this one, but sometimes it doesn't. All right, sometimes it doesn't. And that happens. So for this one, I was like, since this is crypto, you also need to understand the asset class that you are trading. All right, the way the market behaves with forex is different from the way it behaves when it comes to crypto, and it's different from the way it behaves when it comes to synthetic trades. All right, so these are two different type of asset classes. Different, they have different behavioral. They have different ways that they behave. All right, so I saw this and I was like, okay, I've seen this happen before. I believe that I should be expecting a buy here, since there is this little change of character and it's acting from a very solid base. So is it worth my risk? If it is worth it, if your answer to that question is yes, then you can take the trade. Another thing that will make me not be afraid of taking a trade like this is that it is coming from this zone, and also I am believing my edge that even though I take one loss here, even though I end up taking this loss here, I can still take the next trade here and I will not be bothered. So if I was, the only thing is, if I was prepared to risk $100 with this entire zone, if I was taking, I'm looking for a buy. If I'm prepared to risk $100 here, if I'm taking a trade from this level, I'll reduce that risk by two, because now the trade is split into two. It's either this or this. So instead of risking the entire $100 here, I might decide to risk $50 here because it is happening above liquidity. Even though it might end up being a winning trade, there's a high chance that the market might be drawn to this level, right? So I split my risks by two. So at the end of the day, I'm doing the same thing. But what that would do is that your stop loss is going to be significantly reduced, which means you are still going to make the exact same profit that you would have made in a way, because now I was covering this entire zone, right? This trade would have been counting a 1 to 3x. But now that I'm covering this zone alone with my $50, 1 to 3x with $100 would have given me $300. Yeah. But now that I'm covering this zone, if this trade is supposed to move the same way, this is 1 to 6x, which means I'll still make $300. Alright? I'll still make $300 at the end of the day. So it's still the same thing. You are just being smart about it. See this, what's up? Why are you saying please, sir? What is going on? Did you send a question that I did not answer to? I'm not seeing any question here from you. So for GBP you need to check on our YouTube page. I've already done the analysis. I've already done several explanations on GBP. All right. So do yourself a favor. Go to the YouTube page. Do a replay. All right. If you go to our YouTube page right now, let me see if I can showcase that here. We are currently live on YouTube, so you can rewind back to see what we think about GBP. So if you go to my channel right now, you see that we are live on YouTube. You can see it there. We are live on YouTube, so you can check that out, and you can just do a replay. Go back to where you see GDP JPY, right? Just look for where you see GDP. You can see this GDP JPY. So I've talked intensively on GDP JPY. I'm not going to be going over it again. Sorry, but go back and you should be able to, get yourself acquainted with that. All right. So that's why I think I can't go over it again. I'm sorry. How did you get the link to my channel? It's right there on my profile. On my profile, the link to my channel is right there. The link to my channel. Look, how to get the link to my channel is simple. Let me not load it up here so that my system will not start lagging. But if you want to get all the links to my channel, all right, this is my second phone. Click on my name, all right, and then you can go to my profile like that, and you'll see this YouTube link that is right there. This YouTube link. You can click on it, and it's going to take you to my YouTube page. All right. You can choose to open it in the browser or the distant. But you see that link? See that link under and trade more. Those are the link. All my links are right there. So this is Telegram. This is Instagram. This is my personal private WhatsApp number, and this is my Twitter. I'm also live on Twitter right now. So all those are there. You can follow me through that YouTube page there. If that link on my bio is not working, but if you are able to click the link on my bio, which I don't think you can, then that one is going to take you to this place where you see all this: the Real Broker, WhatsApp, Telegram, TikTok, and all that. So if you're a synthetic trader, you're looking for a broker to use, this is the broker I recommend. If all this does not work for you, just send me a DM and I will make sure to hook you up with all the links that you are looking for. Comprehended? Does that make sense? Gold? What's happening with gold? Someone said we should check gold. Nothing is happening with gold if you ask me. I cannot take a sell from here, definitely not. The only thing that is possible now, if you ask me, is a buy still. Until this buy is validated, you should not be looking for sales on gold. I know you are looking for sales, so do not look for sales on gold as it. Wait for this low to be validated before attempting to look for a sell on gold. All right, so I'm not looking for any sell here. This should be the next line of action. Even on the 15 minutes, it is visible. that this should be the next line of action. If it doesn't work out, that is when I'll start looking for a sell. When if there's a structure break, let's say this one happens to go and break this low, then there will be two things involved. It's either using all this as liquidity for continuation, or that is a change of character or a temporal pullback, since this is a new week, right? So for me to start looking for a sell on gold, I'll need to see this one get taken out yet. So for now, if you ask me the next line of action, if I had to take a trade by force on gold, this would be my next trade on gold, a buy, and that buy will be coming from this 15-minute time frame. Right? That buy will be coming from that 15-minute time, but I will not be confident in taking this out. So that's my view on gold. Guys, you guys are not liking as much as I want to. Please like now, like for your boy, like for your boy. We are in only one trade since yesterday, and it's only BTC, and it's doing well. So what's the issue? Why not they help my boy now? Am I not trying? Is it easy? I might not be taking a lot of trades as many of you want, and you can see that the head count keep dropping because we keep talking and talking and talking, and we're not doing anything. That is not how me I trade though. I am always waiting for my best confirmation to enter, because all the times that I've tried to chase the market and make sure I have a trade and make sure I'm in a trade, I end up crying at the end of the day. So this works for me, and that is exactly what I'll be doing. The target for this trade again is 124. All right, is to go above this level. That is where I am targeting for this trade. But we all know that there is always an extra after the target is met. So I might hold for a bit longer. I'm thinking that the market might go to 127,000. I'm not sure, but if it gets there, that will be cool. That will make my trade a 1 to 6, but from the target is a 1 to 4. As a matter of fact, the target is a 1 to 3. All right, which is cool. So guys, I think I've explained a lot. I will just be chilling now, and there's really nothing to do. I don't have money in my synthetic account, so I will not be trading there yet. So I'll just be focusing on the one trade that I'm monitoring. Are you in the EU? I'm not in EU. I am not in EU right now. You can see this is the exact same reason why I said, what's the name of that guy? I'm sure by now he would have already gone. I'm not sure, but I think if it's here, this tells you the reason why you should not be approaching a trade like this. Because when it was looking like this, it felt like the market was about to go, and I talked about it and I said that, Hase, what am I checking on gold? I just left gold. Are you listening? What am I checking on gold? You asked for gold, I shared gold. So what are you saying I should check on gold again? I already told you that I am only interested in a buy, and this is where I am buying from. So what am I checking on gold? What? Check gold. I'm here. I just left. It's like you're not here, you're not listening, you did not even want to, you just want to be on board. Why? I just talked about gold. So Euro USD, if you're here from the beginning, I said that even if you are looking for a buy from this level, this buy is not valid because the market might take it out. We are in a downtrend temporarily. If you look on the 1 hour time frame, you know that we are in a downtrend. This was the analysis of yesterday. Unfortunately, I did not set limit for this trade before I slept. I woke up this morning and the market is already down here. So that is bad. This would have been a very successful trade. We would have gone for like 1 to 6, 1 to 5 or so. But it's so unfortunate. None of us took the trade because I was not working the trade. Right? But now for this buy, even though it is reacting from the last low, even though reacting from this last low, I don't like the aggression. I don't like how bearish the market is, which is the same thing that made us stay out of GJ and UJ. Alright, so I don't like how aggressive this market is while it is moving towards my entry. So you want to wait for a structure to be formed before getting involved. And for me, one thing that I'm looking for is to, since it has formed a resistance here, I want to see breaking that resistance. Then I'll be interested in getting involved in this buy. So for now, fold your hands, don't do nothing, just observe. All right, that's what I see for Euro USD. So Tabiso, I hope I called that name right. So for gold, Hasi, since you are so adamant on trying to take a trade, if you are looking for a sell, I have told you already, I will not be taking a sell here. I will not be taking a sell here. All right, but I'll be interested in a buy because the market is in an uptrend. This is where we saw the market. This is where we did the analysis yesterday on gold, and we said that if there was a change of character here, we have been looking for a sell because this is a very reasonable zone to take a sell from. But since the market have decided to continue in an uptrend, we will keep looking for buys, and the only reasonable place to look for buys from is right here. So any other thing, I am not interested. Any other formation, any other noise that is making at the top here, I am not interested. All right, I'll just keep watching. There's no point. There's no point in taking every trade, especially if it doesn't conform with your analysis or your trading pattern. Okay. So is that clear? You said I should share gold. Now you are not talking. No. If I just leave gold now, you say share gold. That gets me really, really pissed off. GDP USD. Same thing for GDP USD. Since that trade was violated, it should have been the next trade. And it's the same thing with Euro USD. So if you are looking at this sell, sorry, if you are looking at this buy from this point for GDP USD, I don't think it is going to hold. It might, but based on what I can see here, that the market is doing higher highs and lower lows. So I think we are in a downtrend. This was the last attempt to take a buy. No, it was from here actually. It was from somewhere around here. So the last attempt to take a buy. And you guys remember how I said that GDP USD after Euro USD did me dirty. This was what I experienced with GDP USD last week. That really almost took my account, my funded account that I'm trying to pass. This thing wrecked my account last week. So I moved from Euro USD and I started looking at GDP USD. I took a buy, I lost. I took a sell, I lost. I took this buy, I won, and then I tried to take this buy. It gave me like a 1 to 2, and I ended up taking me out for a very serious loss. And this is where I messed up because I was risking very little, and instead of closing my trade when the market was coming back, I doubled down. I started loading my position, and that was a disaster. So last week GDP USD did me the worst thing that I could ever think of. The trades were messy. I had one win, but that was not enough to cover for my stupidity of last week. So that was terrible. This week I don't want to make that same mistake. And that is why you see that I'm being very selective with all my trades. You can see all the trades that you are seeing here, they are bad trades. So this one went for a 1 to 1, and this one is a loss, 1 to 3, loss, and this 1 to 3, I was not risking the same level that I was risking when I was losing. So at the end of the day, because I was not risking the way I'm supposed to risk, I was risking more when I was losing, but I was risking little when I was winning. So at the end of the day, I did not make back what I was expecting to make back, and that was very, very disastrous to my trade last week. This week, I don't want to repeat the same mistake. All right. What strategy do you trade? I trade price action. I pay attention to what the market is doing, and then I make a decision. So price action. I'm not sure if that's a correct name for that, but I feel like that's the only thing that explains what I'm doing. Right. So yeah, price action. But if you go to YouTube and you start looking for price action trading strategy, you might be presented with a completely different thing because mine is different. Mine is personal. It's something that I had to start doing based on my experience in the forex market. It was my pain from losing to all the strategies that I've learned so far. There was a time that I was an SMC trader. There was a time that I was a trendline trader. There was a time that I was a support. I've done all that. I've used indicators before. I have done all those things, and at the end of the day, I realized that it's all the same. We are all trying to do one thing and one thing alone: make money in the forex market. And the best way to go about it is to trade a strategy that you can relate with, that you can be personal with. And I think, from my understanding so far, what I'm doing is what works for me. So I call it price action. I don't have like a real personal name to it yet, but maybe when I create my own academy, I can trademark it to become my own personal strategy, because it's not the same with anybody else, right? But we are still getting there. We are still getting there. Bitcoin. So what is your problem here? Stop at this level. No, someone does not need to spend years before making money, but you will definitely spend the years before making money if your mind is not open for the right information. Right? Getting the right information is not the problem. Is your mind cooked enough for you to accept the reality of the right information and stick with it? If you are a person that is experienced in other field of financial management, like if you have already developed your mindset already, and you can handle the different psychological turnovers that comes with trading, then you can start making money in forex in 2 weeks. If you get the right person to show you what to do, and your mind is built enough to stick to it and be doing it diligently and consistently, 2 weeks is enough for you to start making money. But it is the hardest thing to ever do in this world, because the moment you make your first money, you are going to start feeling like you know how to trade, and you are going to want to do it your own way, and that is what gets all of us. So yeah, you don't need forever, but for me, I've been in this for more than I've been in this for almost 8 years now. I took it seriously about 4 years ago, and I started making good profits about 2 years ago. So you can see that the journey has been far, and I had to experience all this downtime before I started making money. And that is why you see me trading these days, and I'm not trading like you, because I am no longer in a haste to make money just like I used to be before. Before, it used to be a case where if I just open my chart, whether there is a trade on gold or not, so far the name is gold, I'm looking for a trade. I want to be in a trade. I want to be inside the trade. That used to be me. But experience have showed me that that never works. So you can see the difference now in my trading. Since yesterday, I've been in one trade, just one trade. I've been doing this BTC trade. It is unlike me 2 years ago. If it was 2 years ago, since yesterday, I would have taken more than 8 to 10 trades. All right. So you see, you don't need to spend years before you start making money, but those years are going to be necessary, and it all depends on your personality, how well you can, quickly develop your mind to know that it's not a get rich quick scheme, and you need to be diligent before you make money. Check USDC, check what's going on with USDC, check. Okay, so let's see. Yep. So we talked about this USDC share before I stepped yesterday, and from what we said, I said that regardless of how this might look like a place to take a sell from, I don't see that sell holding. I think that sell, you might see a reaction like this, since you had like a kind of like a reconstruction here. You might see a reaction like this down to this level, but I think overall the market is still in an uptrend. And why? Because you saw the reconstruction here. Another reason why the market might decide to go down is because it is not coming from a premium low, right? This 15-minute time frame, the premium low will be somewhere around. So the market might be attracted to it, alright? But remember, the break of structure in this case was here, right? Right. So this was the last structural break that led to that low, which means that if it wanted to continue going downward, all right, it would have respected this zone. So the pullback would have respected this zone. And you can see it wicked above this level, which is telling you that the buyers are more in control. After that, or what you call that now is a break of structure, and then the pullback is what you expect. Now, for that break of structure, there was also an internal break of structure. Alright, so this is an external break of structure, and since it is coming from the outside, yes, you might expect that it is going to go down to the low, but we have already discussed this in the past, where the market leaves another liquidity, leaves the premium liquidity for later, and it could react to this one. So there are two places where you could look for a trade here. In liquidity trade, which is this one, it takes liquidity, you have a change of character, so you expect it back. Or premium trade, which is this one. Now, this trade is based on liquidity. You see, it took liquidity, you have a change of character, and then you look for your entry. In that entry also, if you zoom in, there are two things involved. It's either you take the trade from the final premium zone, or you use liquidity. And you can see after the liquidity, what you expect is a change of character. That is the change of character, and that is the reason for this trade, right? You get this trade here because of all that formation. And since we are trading from here now, your next expectation is to go and break this structure, all right? Which means that looking for a sell here, this is a weak high, right? Looking for a sell at this level may not be the best thing to do, all right? And that's the reason why, unless you have like a character formation, something like this. If I see something like this in this area, first there was a structure, then there's a break of a structure, then I'll be interested in itself. But since there is no structure on this time frame yet to verify my break of structure, looking for sell here, this looks more like an inducement, where it makes you think that the market is going down. Something like this, it makes you think that the market is going down, only to react to somewhere around here, and then boom, get you out. Right. So this is something that I've seen happen a lot of time, and with that in mind, I will not be looking for a sell here. Instead, since there was a break of structure here internally, and we are following a new structure, I will expect the market to push down to somewhere, maybe in terms of premium, I will expect it to push down to this low if I would be taking a direct entry for this trade, or I will use liquidity, which liquidity will be here. So if I'm going to be using liquidity again, I will have to wait for a change of character on a lower time frame here. So if I see something like this on a lower time frame here, I take a buy. Alright, if I see something like this on a lower time frame here, I take a buy. Or if it end up going straight to this level, I can take a direct entry trade here, because that's the final low, and I don't expect it to go. If I want to be very, very strict, I can, use that one trade to cover the two places here, right? Then I'll take the continuation of this market. So if you ask me, those are the things that I expect on USD CHF. Exactly. Buzz Coston. I don't really blame anybody who's selling. I understand my strategy, but I might not understand their own strategy. So their own strategy might be based on something else. You can see there was a change of character here. It's still the same thing. So anyone who is selling is not really on serious. So far, he sees what he needs to see. If what you are saying align with your strategy, if it agrees with your strategy and you are taking a sell here, I don't blame you, because you have what you are seeing. But my own strategy tells me that it is not looking good for me from my experience. I might not know what they are seeing that is making them take a sell, so I'm not going to blame them for their sales. But my own is telling me that this is not the best trade for me, so I'm staying out of it. So just because you have a view that you are not taking a sell here, it doesn't make the trade of another person wrong, or like in your entry unserious. It just means that you are not seeing it the same way that they are seeing it. They might be right at the end of the day, and this market might just continue going downward. Nobody is good at the market, and no analysis is better than the other analysis. All right. So saying it like that is not really correct, in my opinion. In my opinion, you just have a different, like you just have a different view of the market that is not the same with whoever is taking a sell, and you are just hoping that your own opinion comes out to be correct. All right. So that's the way I look at it. I don't see it as whoever who is doing something else does not know what he's doing. I might be the one who doesn't know what the person is doing or understand the concept that he is trading. All right. You have seen so many times that I'm taking a buy and somebody else is taking a sell. All right. Somebody else is taking a sell and I'm taking a buy. So many times it has happened like that. So, and they end up being the winning one, and I end up losing. So just because you have your own opinion does not make it the final say. All right. My setup is waiting for re-entry. I don't trade Euro card, but I can check it for you. I personally don't trade Euro card, but let me look into it for you. So first thing first, I go to the 1 hour time frame, and from this 1 hour time frame, I can see there was the last serious break of structure will be this break of structure just happened here. Right, that was the break of structure. The base that caused that break of structure will be this one. So if there is going to be continuation in this market, what I expect is after a break, you expect a retracement, and then a continuation. All right. So this is a premium level that I will look for a buy from based on on the 1 time frame. However, there was a retracement before that happened to come and clear liquidity, and you guys remember how we trade, right? There are two things involved. If it takes liquidity, you want a change of character, and then a retracement. If it takes liquidity, that's number one. So if there is a liquidity clearance, you want a change of character, and maybe you have had this change of character here, or maybe I don't know. If you had a change of character here, if you go to the lower time frame, I'm sure you would have seen a change of character to take a trade here, which we will see later. And since that happened, it then means that this low is a reasonable. That means that this low is a reasonable place to take a trade from. All right, to take a trade from. What you want to do if you are not entering with a direct entry is to wait for a change of character. Another thing that is alarming here is the level of strength. This level of strength that the market is using towards this area. That is why I would wait for a change of character on the lower time frame. Remember, this is the 1 hour time frame, right? So I will wait for a change of character. Now, the target for this trade, definitely, first target for that trade will be here, somewhere around here. Why? Because like it or not, there was an internal change of character here. All right. So the market could do well to push. If I get a trade here like this, if I get a buy here like this, that would be the first attempt. The second attempt will be this one. All right. If the market decides to violate that one, the reason why I always have like a first attempt, second attempt is that way I will know that any trade that I'm taking, there is a possibility that the trade could end up being a losing trade. So I should already prepare my mind that is possible. All right, when I'm taking a trade, I should already have my mind prepared for any possibility of losing that trade. Now, since we are just looking at this level now, it means we are not in this trade yet. What you would do is to go down to a very low time frame or a lower time frame to look for that change of character that we were looking at. Now, on the 15-minute time frame, this might not look good, but if you look on the 5-minute time frame, you see something there, right? You see how there is a new structure being formed. You see how there is a new structure being formed there. See, this one went up, but it did not change that internal structure. It did not change that internal character. right? It did not change that internal character. So maybe because of the pressure that the market is using, you are not satisfied with how the market did here. You can wait for a second confirmation, which will be this one right here, right? To pull back, then I can use low as liquidity for my trade. So if I see a break above this level, since I'm not yet in this trade, I will have it like this. But my stop loss is going to be covering the entire zone. Why? Because this tap into this zone is being seen as liquidity also. So it could use this two leg as liquidity. I'm talking about something like this. You could use this two as liquidity, but since there is a confirmation for you to make an entry somewhere around here, you will still enter anyways. But the only difference is that you will enter having in mind that that this trade will very much push down to below this one. So you want to account for that reaction also by having your stop loss go below the zone. All right. So that way, even though the market decides to do something like this, use this as liquidity, your trade will still be valid. All right. Your trade will still be valid. All right. But you are only taking the trade with this change of character. Right. Now it's either that, or you can split your risk in this area into two, just like we are doing on BTC. And then you take one trade here, and then wait for another. If this area gets violated, you can wait for another trade somewhere around here. In that case, I will look into this zone to see if there is any other premium liquidity, right? So you can see this is what we are taking a trade based on. We are taking a trade based on external liquidity, which is the liquidity contained after the break of structure, right? So there are two types of liquidity. There is internal liquidity, which is the liquidity relative to the low that caused the break of structure. In that case, that one would be this one, right? So this is like the most premium level here, considering the 5 minute. But external liquidity now is the liquidity that happens after the break of structure, which means the last reaction to the zone that you call your protected high. So the last reaction to this level becomes your liquidity. As you can see, this is the last reaction, and that reaction, if you notice, was taken as liquidity with this leg. So there were two possible trades here, which is this one that we are facing right now, this one. Let's see what the market decided to react from. Instead, I use this one as liquidity here, right? Because it's still inside, or he used the entire zone. So let's see what the market did. So there's this zone where you can clearly see that it has used it as liquidity, and you probably will be waiting for change of character here anyways. This is the type of place where I draw a line and I call it liquidity, something like this. So this is where you see me drawing something like this, and I call this liquidity entry. So you see me doing something like, I use that as liquidity and I wait for a change of character. So this is the first one, and this is the premium level where I call for direct entry when I'm making a trade. So this is the direct entry level, and this is a liquidity and a confirmation entry level. So if there is a confirmation, you take a trade here, but if there is no confirmation, take one direct entry here, and then I think for this low, that is what you are trading with respect to. But if the trade wants to be stubborn and it wants to go to like the premium one, which is all the way down there, then it can happen. Anything can happen. But these are my view of EuroCAD if I was going to be taking a trade here. For this level, I would definitely want to wait for a break of this area to take a trade here, or I'll wait for it to come and take this as liquidity since it is doing this double bottom here. And you all know that double bottoms are always very, very attractive to liquidity, right? Double bottoms are attractive to liquidity. So seeing this now, I'll be very careful when I'm taking this trade. I'd rather wait for it to get down to this one. So these are like three things that I see happening next on Euro JPY. Sorry, Euro CAD. I hope that is clear. Same car. Sorry, not only me. I hope that is clear. That is what I will be looking at it. That is how I'll be looking at it. Bitcoin is really trying to frustrate me today. I don't know why it is taking so much time. So, gold on the other hand, yep, it's finally coming down to where I expect it to get to. So maybe you might be having a trade here. Who knows? Let's see. Let's monitoring gold now because it's coming towards our end, towards our zone, right? So I'd like to see what the market does here. If I see that change of character on the 1 minute here, I'll get involved. Guys, please, I was expecting to be at 10k likes already. Come on now. You keep asking the question, I keep answering without holding back, but you guys are not helping me out. I'm still at 6k likes, which means that I am going to stop talking until I get to 10k likes. And if I don't get to 10k likes, I'll just take my trades on my own, just be on my own. It seems we have to be blackmailing each other now. Because I keep begging and nobody is answering. And I ask for likes, nobody likes. I ask for flowers, nobody drops. But you expect me to answer every question that you ask me, every analysis that you send across to me. That is unfair. That is a one-sided relationship, and I don't feel it. I like it. Thank you. That's what I'm saying. If I'm seeing these likes like this, will I be saying all these things that I'm talking about? I mean, offering you value. So please let your fingers work for me too. Those of you who have flowers, send it. Don't say I'm a forex trader. I don't need flowers. I might not need the flower for the money, but I need the flowers for the promotion. You send me flowers, TikTok promotes my life. Win-win. Huh? My nyash are the shake now. Everybody for don't they throw away the flowers. They throw away the flowers. So I know you shake nyash. And I just say, I'm a forex trader, I'm a rich man. Wow. I know you try. I know you try. Oh boy. So I don't know if you guys noticed so far, for those of you who have been following, I have tried or I am trying to reduce my the kind of the number of trades that I take. Sometimes you might see me hold one trade for a day or two. If I'm not seeing opportunities in the market, you will not see me enter trades anymore. I did an assessment of all the trades that I took last week or last 2 weeks that really messed with me, and I noticed that less is more. All the trades that I took with my confirmation, they played out well. All the ones that I took because I wanted to really be in a trade, I lost. My account is down. Mr. Cowboy, how do you know that I don't set TP and SL? What are you talking about? And if you are a trader, you are a gambler. So forget all those rubbish that people used to tell you that trading is not gambling and all that. So far, you are taking your money to gain another money, or times two or times three of your money. You are gambling. You are risking something. So you are gambling. It is how you are gambling that differentiates the type of gambling you are doing on trading platform to a sporting platform. So anybody who is telling you it's gambling, it's not trading, they don't know the definition of the two words. That is that's just to clear that one. And secondly, I don't know how you came to the conclusion that I'm not using stop loss. Can you explain better before I answer you? How do you come to the conclusion that I'm not using stop loss? What made you come to that conclusion that I'm not using stop loss? This is gold. This is gold. This is what I'm expecting. I am looking at this area. I am not sending the signal yet because it is not confirmed yet. I am waiting for the market to get to my POI. I am looking to take a buy from here, but I also know that there's a lot of liquidity below it. So definitely I will be entering with a confirmation, not a direct entry. That is why you see the picture, but I'm not putting in numbers. If you see numbers on it, that means that I am ready to take the trade. But for now, this is just a projection. This is like an analysis, and I am expecting the market to get into this zone. Then I will make my decision. All right. So, Mr. Cowboy, can you explain why you think that I'm gambling and why you think that I am not using a stop loss? risk so that I will know what we are talking about. But right now, it feels like we are not on the same page. Huh? What do you mean by gambling? What do you mean by no stop loss? Because I know for a fact that I'm not doing any of these two things that you just said. So can you explain, please? I am in only one trade, and that one trade is already at breakeven. Not even stop loss anymore. It's already at breakeven. This BTC. That's the only trade that I'm in right now. So, Mr. Mern, you need to tell me how you came to the conclusion that I am trading without a stop loss. That would be interesting. So, this is the one trade that I'm holding right now. As you can see, that is Bitcoin, right? Right there. I'm holding it on two accounts. So, it's the same trade on two accounts. And the smaller account, that is Bitcoin right there, right? And if I go to the chart, you will see that the stop loss is already set to break even. All right. So, Mr. Cowboy, how did you conclude that I am not using a stop loss? Care to explain? Yeah. Boo. What's up?
Mwah.
What's going on?
I'm fine, no. I just come home. I'll be like that.
But this guy will carry and come here now. Let me thank you.
They get one wait before my pan.
Sharp now.
Look at who come.
Yeah, very good. Mr. Cowboy, no reply again. You can make lousy statements. You can just sit and just decide to just cook up something because you are so interested in seeing another person doing the wrong thing that you just conclude that the person is doing the wrong thing every time. It gives you joy. It makes you happy to see somebody else losing because you are losing, possibly. And that's why anytime you are in a trade and you see your trade in a drawdown, you just see people telling you, I told you. All right, guys. So sorry. You know, in Nigeria we did, and so they do us. Light not stable for this country. So they took my power there for a second. I'm not sure if I'm connected now. So the live is paused. All right, so guys, sorry about that. They took my power there for a second, and my network needed to reconnect. So I was off for a second there. Uh, what did I miss? See, this is the problem that I have with people here. You said that I was trading. Said what kind of trading is it when you don't set anything like SL or TP gambling? And there is no follow up message. Now, someone else who is seeing this statement now would think that that is what we are doing here. But I've asked you a question and you just ran away. So, what kind of comment is this where you don't have a follow up about it? This is the same person that I've been asking a lot of questions since, and I've been answering the person. But now I ask you a question and you are running. Why? Hmm? Mr. Cowboy, that's unfair. Come on, man. That's not funny. That is very, very unfair. You should be persecuted for this. You should be persecuted for this. So I think we finally managed to break above this level, which is good. Hopefully, that is not a run for liquidity because that's exactly what Bitcoin has been doing so far. Now I hope to see a pushback and then a continuation. There's still 10 minutes in this 15-minute candle, so hopefully that is what it's doing. But this is giving me confidence that we are in a good trade and the market might definitely hit our TP1. So we're going to be holding, we're going to keep holding until that happens. And hopefully it's not going to be far from now. Gold, on the other hand, still consolidating, right? Still consolidating and all that. Euro USD, I see that it is breaking above that level. I see that it is about to break above that level. So, again, I don't see any reaction to this zone. Let me explain. On the 5 minute time frame, if this zone was a strong zone to begin with, if this high was a strong high to begin with, I want to see a reaction here. Like that reaction is what is going to give me an entry. If there is no reaction, I feel bad about it. All right. So I want to see, like a reaction here, some pullback before that break of structure. Right. But it is not happening yet, which is maybe something that I would like to see. But above that, if it does break out of this area, depending on how the market reacts when it is coming back, I might be looking for a buy. Another problem here is just like that of USD CHF. You see that double bottom there. You see that double bottom there. Anytime I see that facing my trade, I like to see the last candle in my zone being the last visible candle in the area. If there is a double bottom like this, it is always a magnet. It is always a liquidity magnet. It's like saying there are two passengers sitting here, so I will go and take them out. Something like that. So if I see that there is a double bottom here, taking that buy, the probability of that buy has automatically reduced if you ask me. But is it valid? Of course, you can decide to take it if there is a pullback to that level. But I will wait for confirmation. I'll wait for further confirmation. It's better to wait, and not take any trade than to not wait and take trades that will then end up being losses. All right. So yeah, definitely going to still be waiting. I don't see this as a change of character. If you took the trade here and it works out for you, good for you. Congratulations, and all that. But me, I will be waiting for more confirmation, and that confirmation is not happening yet because there is this strong bearish momentum. There's so much of strength in the bearish movement here that without confirmation, I don't see a trade. Yes, I'm a very, very picky trader. You can say that. But I was a very rational trader before and it never works. So I guess I'll have to stick to that. Stick to it. Stick to it. Stick to it. Stick to it. Code, on the other hand, still playing around. Ethereum, Wagwan. I know you should be. You should be buying because Bitcoin is buying. We're in this together. But if I had taken this trade on Ethereum, it would have been better. Because on Ethereum, it would have looked like this. There are two places, just like BTC and Ethereum. Uh, there are two places that you should be looking for a trade here and here. So for Ethereum, it has moved way better, even though it has been in that same consolidation. So the trade would have been from here, definitely somewhere around here, if this trade was in Ethereum. So let me see how long Ethereum would have gone to so far. So if we took this trade on Ethereum, it would have looked more like this. We're looking for this target somewhere. Because why? Why is it even sweeter? Because somebody is looking at this internal liquidity and is calling it a break of structure, which was valid until this low was mitigated. The moment this low is mitigated, that internal break of structure becomes invalid, which means that the target now is to go and break it for a break of structure to the upside. All right. I did not take the trade on Ethereum. I am just doing the analysis to see that everything matches with that of Bitcoin. But fortunately, we are in this trade on BTC and it is looking very okay. So it is the same thing. We are targeting that high. It is anything that Bitcoin does that Ethereum does, by the way. And since we are in this one, we could possibly get like a 1 to 3.8, just like on Ethereum. So it is the same thing. If you are risking on two of them, it's like you're taking the same risk in two places, which is why I decided to take only one trade. Oh, but us. Can you boo? Boo them all day. Euro USD. Euro USD. Today is Monday. Don't expect too much from the market today. The best trade for Euro USD for today, I think, already happened during the Asian section. Which, whew, okay. So yeah, it already happened after last night. This is where the market opened last night, and this was the expectation for last night. So the new expectation now for me, the trade that I'm looking forward to, is a trade from here. All right. So if you are asking me what I think on Euro USD, the trade that I am looking forward to is a trade in this zone. Remember, I am not going to be entering the trade directly. Anytime you see me dropping a box like that, it doesn't mean I am entering the trade there. I am waiting. It makes it shows that that is my point of interest. That is where I am interested in looking for a trade, right? So there's a different point of interest, uh, and if I want to narrow it down now to like to tell myself, okay, this is where I would definitely take a trade and all that, then it's going to be above liquidity, and the liquidity I see here is this one. So if I have to make a direct entry, it's going to be here, and if I have to make a confirmation entry, that is when you're waiting for confirmation, it's going to be anything above this gap. I've done that like how many times already today, so most of you should know that that is like most of you should know that that is my go-to setup. All right, in here is confirmation entry, but at the very top, since we are in a downtrend, is direct entry where I can set limits depending on how aggressive the market is when it is approaching that level. And I hope that is clear. I might want to be safe and put it somewhere around here, since that was also a mitigation. So We'll see how that happens. But you see this buy that is happening from this low, this one. I am not confident. I am not, I am not, I am not confident with this trade. I'm not confident with taking a buy here. This comes with too much trouble. It comes with too much trouble. All right. So, and I like my money so much that I don't want to give it to the market just like that. So I'll rather wait to get better confirmation. Pure SMC. Okay, it's not pure SMC. Uh, you might be wrong, but like I said, I studied SMC in the past, so you might be seeing some trades. You might be seeing some SMC kind of trades in my trade, but I promise you, it is not pure SMC. Euro USD is soon entering my zone. Hassan BK, where is your zone? Where is your zone? Where is your zone? Is it the same as the one that we have here? Oh God, this is the time that I wish that I have money on synthetic account. I mean, that how it is respecting the zones so far, respecting all the zones like no man's business so far. But let's just forget about it for now. Cannot do anything with it. FS Mappa Show, thank you so much. Thank you. You guys, everybody who has been liking, thank you so much. And I hope that I'm also making an impact in your trading, right? So if you have been liking, if you have been supporting, if you have been sending gifts, may this week be a good week for you. And if you're a hater, may God punish you. I don't even like you, I don't send you, and I know be good person, so I can easily pray for bad things to happen to you because you are praying for bad things to happen to me. So uh, it's not like I'm doing a bad thing. I will not feel bad if I say God should punish you. It's not a bad thing, right? I'm just kidding. All right, everybody, may we have our heart desire this week. All right. If you hate me, God will still punish you so much that your barber will shave the front of your hair. That is why you have to be very careful with it. It is tough, it looks tough, it has been tough ever since last week, as a matter of fact. So any decisions that you are making on ZAO USD, you should know that you need to be very careful. You can see that even though I'm expecting a buy here, I'm also projecting a possible break of my own analysis, right? You can see this movement that if there is a break here, I start looking for a sell. So taking a buy here is just like, okay, I'm taking this buy with this confirmation, a confirmation that can be violated, all right? The confirmation can easily be violated. So if you are taking any trade, you should have that mind preparation that there's a high chance, all right, that there's a high chance that the market is not going to respect your wishes. You understand? If that happens, you want to be prepared. You want to be prepared for whatever comes out of it. So if you take a loss here, it should not be the end of your account. You should not go and over leverage your account and then end your account here. All right. If you are still doing that, then you should rethink. Okay, rethink. But if your confidence level is good enough, you should be able to take a trade and believe your edge that even though you lose, the next trade is going to help you out anyway. So why be afraid? Now over to our only running trade right now. Every other thing is still speculative, but Bitcoin is the one that we are praying so well because we are already in this trade, right? We are already in this trade, so we want to see it be successful. And currently, on my own account, this is what I have right there, right? And that's the same trade. As you can see, this was the last trade that I took. That took about 3 days to just get me this 1 to 2. Then there is a retracement, and then I entered the new trade right here. I entered the new trade right here. Now I've been holding this trade since the past. Let's do the calculation. I have been holding this particular trade since how many hours now? This is I've been holding this trade for 18 hours. Do you believe that? 18 hours since I entered the trade, and it has just been playing around, which is something I don't like, to be honest. I don't like that type of movement, but it is what it is. After the retest of previous higher high, after the retest of previous higher high for Euro USD, previous higher high. Oh, so previous higher high. So basically, we are saying the same thing, right? This one, right? Hassan, this is your previous higher high, I believe. So you're looking to take a sell, right? Yeah, any problem? Benefits. Yes, I will try to buy gold. Any problem with that? If gold gives me an opportunity to enter a buy here, I'll buy. Is there any problem? I guess this is the point you will tell me that there is liquidity below, there is a order block at this level, there is a H1 candle at that level, blah 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 blah. Correct? Oh, oh yeah. So if you are looking for a sell, Hassan, then we are speaking the same language for Euro USD, and many people are asking for this buy. Many people really want to see this buy happen, and that is correct if there is a break of structure to the upside. But until that happens, I am still going to be looking for sales. As you can see, so far so good. From this top, I've been looking for sales. Right? There's a break of structure, so look for sales. Sales are more, um, they are more interesting, especially when it goes above this liquidity. Sell are more interesting. Looking for buys, like you're looking for a retracement. This is what you get, a noisy pullback. So I don't want to be stuck in that type of noisy pullback. I want to follow the structure, and buying does not look like what the structure is giving me yet. The only thing here is that it is reacting from this low, but it doesn't mean that the low should hold, especially since it is a weak low. And why is it a weak low? There is a break of structure to the downside, even on the higher time frame here. So everything is stacked against this level. All right, I did not take this trade, and that was me explaining. Everything is stacked against this level. So why should I put myself in a situation like that? Right? There should not be any situation. Ben FX, you sound so sure, right? You sound so sure that gold is coming down to. You sound so sure that gold is coming down to, according to you, 50%. We should be around 3.8, 3.90. Can you risk your sell now? Then take a sell. All right, take a sell. Since you know exactly where it is going to, 3.890, right? Let me draw a line around there. And this is not me trying to fight you. This is just me trying to create a second argument as to why there is never an assurance in the market. Yes, you are correct that I expect a retracement. As a matter of fact, I expect a retracement on gold to as low as this level. All right, I expect a retracement to 3.850 thereabout. That is where I expect a retracement to. All right, but for that retracement to happen, I still have this high to contend with. And even though I have an analysis there that shows that I'm looking for a buy, it doesn't mean that I'm going to enter the buy. That is what many of you are not getting correctly. For this buy, sorry, for that sell down to that level that you are looking for, this is like how many pips? All right, let's calculate it from where it is right now to the level that you talked about. This is already a good, that's like 42 pips, right? Or yeah, 42 pips. Let's say 42 pips. That's already like a good amount of pips for you to buy a Lambo if you enter with a good lot size for that sale, right? If you enter with a good lot size for this land, for the market to move from this level to this level, is already enough for you to buy a Lambo. Trust me. All right. So if that is possible, then for that to happen, for that your retracement to happen, there needs to first of all be a change of this current structure. There is a structure that the market is following. You can see it it has been breaking higher highs, higher highs, higher highs. So until this low is violated, that's your 3890 is never going to happen. If it wants to continue going upward, it still have this low to contend with. So when you see something like this, you see somebody looking for a buy here, and this, like I said, is a projection. It doesn't mean that I am already going into the trade. Oh yeah, it doesn't mean that I'm already going into the trade, but I expect that since this is a protected low or this is the next structural low, if this market wants to continue in its, like you see this, there's this break, retracement, break. Now you expect a retracement. If it's going to continue in this particular character, that's why they call it change of character. This is the character we are talking about. Break, retrace, break, retracement. If it's going to continue, this is where you expect that reaction to come from. And that is why you see this projection here. That does not mean that I'm going to get into the trade immediately. What it means is that I am expecting that the market will have a reaction from here. So by the time the market approaches this level, what I need to do is to go down to an even lower time frame. Since I'm looking at it on the 15-minute time frame, we can go down to the 5-minute time frame or even the 1-minute time frame to see if there is any change of character in this region. So by the time this market drops down to this level, and then I see, there's this new structure that is following internally, right? So now I can start marking my highs and low. Here I can see a structural high on the 1 minute. All right. I already have my expectation on the 15-minute. Now I am on a 1 minute time frame, right? And I know that the 15-minute time frame is still standing in front of me. So I can now be marking my highs. The moment I see a candle going above a structural high on the 1 minute, that is telling me that my 15-minute time frame is holding and I should get involved in the trade, because what you are now expecting is a pushback from this structural low, all right, to go and continue. Until that is done, forget it. You see that 3890 that you're expecting the market to come to, it first needs to begin with breaking this structure. And since the structure is not yet broken, whether oversold or overbought, you are still in an uptrend. Comprehend it? Does that make sense? Are we now speaking the same language? So you can see that I'm not saying that your 3890 is a bad idea. No, it is not. As a matter of fact, I would even want to see a reaction all the way, like I said, down to 3850. Because that makes sense, right? It makes sense around that level. But it has to begin from, first of all, breaking the structures that it is following. All right. So that's what we are saying. You welcome. Fix fire ZAR USD. The momentum is bullish and of high time frame. So going in for a sell is a tough call. Exactly, 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 exactly. But there are scenarios where you can go for a sell, like I've said. If I see a break of a higher time frame, let's say 15-minute time frame structure, that might be an origin for a retracement. And if I am expecting a retracement all the way to this level, then if I see a break of structure, of internal structure, then I should be expecting a temporal displacement to the downside. All right. So in that case now, that will give me confidence to look for like a sell, but that should only come when you see a structural break, like there is a structure that is being violated. So then I can target a sell down to this level, and that will not be a bad trade at all. It will not be a bad trade if I look for this trade here. It will not be a bad trade at all. Comprehend it? Bitcoin, stop with this level of playing around. Huh? Come on, break and just keep going. Just going up and down, up and down, up and down for 18 hours. I swear for you. I swear for you, it is 18 hours in one trade. What the hell? Tell you say I'm a swing trader. Maybe because I don't dey get small patience now, you want stretch the patience to the level where I know. But me I want this BTC. Oh. It's one thing go make me enter this chart now, go pull and go up myself. Which kind of thing down? Just kidding. Can't do shit. Can only wait. Ah, Which of you have once thought that okay, you are in a trade and the trade is just playing around and you just feel like jumping inside the computer and just pushing it up yourself? You know, that crazy thought of you just want the market to go your way so damn bad. Should I buy? Should you buy what? BTC? If you want to buy BTC now, you're definitely buying based on this reaction, but I honestly don't think this is the best place to buy. But the market, we are expecting it to get to the top. So if you have that mind that you can take a buy and with your stop loss around it, because me, I already have my stop loss at break even. Okay. So if you have the mind to take a trade here with this type of very light stop loss and knowing fully well that you are taking a trade at the middle of the reaction, then by all means you can go ahead. But if you ask me that will I personally take a buy here, the answer will be no. All right. If you ask me for my opinion, the answer will be no because the trade has already left me. The best thing I would do is to wait for it to achieve its goal and then give the next pullback. That way, I can then look for a trade from this reasonable low here. All right, this reasonable low. So if the question you are asking is whether I would enter a trade for a buy here, even if I'm not in the trade, I won't. I will not. Personally, I will not. So it's left to you. But again, like I said, I'm in a buy already, and I am expecting the market to get all the way to that level. Which, if it's going to be possible, it means your own too should be possible. So the decision is yours. Honestly, it is yours to make, not mine to make for you. My entry was. Are you seeing the computer? Hmm? My entry is here. Now they ask questions. Now this idea, I want you to take the cash out for this trading industry. So, because how can I be explaining the same thing that you're asking and you're asking the same question in another language, bro? Huh? Why? Why are you doing like that? I just fucking explain this thing to you, and then you go and say, where is the entry? Because I know what can I buy means. Anyways, that aside, I personally will not be entering a buy here. If it is me, even though I'm not in the trade, I will not be entering a buy here. Right? Now, will I scale in at this point? If my account was doing so well and I really have the ability to scale, I will make a re-entry here. But right now, like I've earlier explained, my account is not doing the most uh, in terms of performance. So I need to be very careful until I recover the account back to where I want it to be. Then I can start making entry, scaling, and all the other things that we normally do when we're trading. But for now, strictly risk management, strictly uh, one trade at a time or one trade per one setup. All right. So I'm not going to be scaling in at this level. What if I? What if I? Show music no day for this house. Jay, you dey okay? Try to sleep at 1 o'clock. See? Feel? Mhm. Come on. This fan na they disturb me since when they do vroom for my speaker. Na the one. Come fan. On the other side too. Wonder. I mean, just a wonder if you dey think where the noise dey come from. Oh boy. Eh. vibe. Give me the vibe. Give me the vibe. Gold. Hmm. Today is Monday. You guys should remember. Today is Monday, which means that the um, the volume might not be as immaculate as it would be on other days, right? Now, for me, since I'm already in a winning trade and I will not be looking for something that is going to spoil my mood today, I will be following this pair based on my expectations, but it doesn't mean that I will be taking the trade. Unless I am very convinced that the trade is going to play out, I will be very picky. But I'm already in a winning trade on BTC, so I don't want to mess it up by taking one trade that is going to run into a loss. All right. So even though you see me doing analysis and you see me doing things like this, it doesn't mean that I'm going to be taking the trade. If I will be taking the trade, however, you will know because you will see me entering it live here in front of you. All right. That is if I'm still on the live stream. All right. Before that happens. But if it doesn't, then I'm just going to let it be. If it keep playing around like this, as a matter of fact, when it gets to this low, I am going to be even extra careful. All right, I'm going to be extra careful when it gets to this low, very extra careful, because gold has not been the best friend of anybody so far. Like you look for a sell, it goes for a buy. You look for a buy, it goes for a sell. So everybody has been speculating on gold. All right. So we want to be very, very careful. Bitcoin, on the other hand, it frustrated me a lot. I wanted to get out of this trade. A lot of people on the comment section yesterday night were saying that Bitcoin is going to sell. Everybody had their own opinion and all that. And this is the reason why I keep saying that when you are in a trade, the first thing is, do you call yourself a trader or you call yourself like a mentee, someone who is still looking for uh, yeah. So do you call yourself a trader? If people ask you what you do for a living, what do you always say? Do you say you are learning trading or you say you are a forex trader? Now, if you are already calling yourself a forex trader, then you should already be at the point where you should believe your analysis and nobody's word or nobody's view or nobody's statement should easily come and just, sway you away from what you are thinking. One thing that I noticed so far is you should never enter a trade if it doesn't agree with your strategy rule. Like we all have like a trading plan. If you have a trading plan, you should not enter a trade if the trade does not agree with your trading plan. It shouldn't be something that you enter based on your feeling. Okay, let me just enter and see what will happen. No, you should already have an expectation of what is going to happen. Like when I was entering this trade, you also see me making another prediction for the next trade down here. You see me making another prediction for a next trade down here, which means that I was already expecting that there is a possibility that this trade is going to be violated. I saw that and I entered the trade anyways, which means I was okay with taking that loss here. So if anybody else is seeing me and is telling me that this trade is going down, this trade is going to this level, that is your own view, not my own view. I saw something, I saw a reason, I bet the reason, and I saw that this reason is good enough for me to take the trade. So I should be, first of all, confident in my own analysis to take that trade. Any other thing that another person has to say should come as a second opinion. Yeah? Okay, I'll come and check it out. So any other thing that anybody else have to say should be a second opinion, maybe to help you see what you are not seeing. So for example, if best word here tells me that this market is going to 120,000 and it gives me the reason, maybe it gives me something like there's a fair value gap here, something like there's an order block there, anything that he is seeing that I'm not seeing, that is based on his own trading idea. And even though we are trading the same way, even though we have the same type of trading idea, I still need to consult the reason why I took my own trade in the first place. You understand? I still need to check whether that his own reason violates the reason why I'm taking a trade. So maybe I was not seeing it clearly before. Maybe I was not paying attention to that. If it resonates with me and it makes my own trade invalid, then by all means I should start adjusting my trade, to factor in what he's saying. But his view should not be the reason why all of a sudden I will now give up on my own trade. All right. So if I have done that yesterday, I am very sure that this week I will not be confident with any of my trades anymore because I had a trade, I chickened out, it played out, and now whether you like it or not, you might be deceiving yourself that you are not revenging that trade or you are not trying to get back at the market for that trade that you lost. But that is going to direct all the trades that you are going to be taking for the rest of the day or even the rest of the week. All right, because now tomorrow you are in a trade, the trade is doing well but you are in the wrong trade and somebody gives you an advice, but because you did not follow the right process, you are just, your ego will now take over. And I listened to this person yesterday, I did not I closed the trade and it didn't work out. Or I listened to somebody's advice yesterday, I closed my trade, it didn't work out. So today, now that you are clearly in a bad trade, your ego will not let you close it, another loss on your side. And that's the reason why any decision you are going to make, it has to go with your plan. That way, even though you have the urge to listen to another person, you still have to go and check with your own trading plan to see if this thing is matching your own trading plan. If it is, then by all means, do what you have to do. I've been holding this trade for 18 hours. You can believe that. 18 hours. And in that 18 hours, I've gone live 2 times. All right. I'm also sharing this trade with over 700 people in my community, which means there's a lot of people who are watching this trade right now. And if this trade ended up being a losing trade, of course, it's not going to be something that I'll be happy with. I'm going to be thinking, what is number A? What is Joseph? What is Cynthia, who took the trade with me, thinking of right now? Is it seeing me as a bad trader? Is it seeing me as a good trader? All these things are psychological things that are going to be affecting your next trade, and that is why this is not a business where you come and be guessing or come and be listening to what another person has to say. Remember, everybody is just an analyst like you yourself. Everybody is also taking this trade with a view that they have on their own. They talk about, oh, okay, I see another block, so I'm taking a trade. And you also saw something and you are taking the trade. So if you can't trust yourself, why would you trust another person? Right? Why, if you cannot believe your own self, why would you put your belief in another person? All right. So I guess this is enough talk for you, and I hope that this is going to help you to reshape how you look or how you approach trading from today if you have not been doing it like that before. All right. It doesn't mean if you have
To take a trade or a loss. How can I be in front of my computer and my
no. All right, so guys, sorry about that. I was not paying attention to my phone while I was talking, so I guess the live section was ended because you guys were not liking as much as you should be liking, and you are not sending in the flowers as much as you should. So I guess I had to end again and come back. But yeah, we're back again. So now we have to start from beginning. Please like the live section. It is very, very necessary. If you are not liking, TikTok will give me that notification that the live is inactive and they will close it to create space for their server. All right. So please, please, and please always like if you can, because those things help me to stay active. All right. It helps me to stay active. You can see they just took us down now and I had to come back again. All right. So I don't know how long this is going to take, but I might even be going offline soon. I think everything still remains the same. I've already given out my predictions as to what I am expecting on this particular market. For gold, I am expecting the market to either break this structure to give me a reason for a sell or come to this structure and give me a reason for a buy for a continuation. All right. So this is what I'll be expecting for gold. And Euro USD, I've already said that I'm expecting. Okay, so there is a break of destruction now. But again, like I said, I am more concerned about the sell than the buy. So if I see a pullback into this zone and it looks good, I will take the buy. But if I don't, then I'll just let it be until it comes to my sell area. Especially since I'm already in a winning trade, I'm not looking for anything that will come and destabilize my thoughts and everything that I'm looking for. So I think for now, I am just going to keep holding my trade on BTC. And I don't know, New York is about to open, so I'll just keep the live section open. I wanted to say I want to end it because nothing is really going on. I can't just stay here and be talking when I am not entering a new trade. It's just like wasting people's data and all that. But if you guys want me to stay, I'll stay. But to be honest, there's really nothing that I'm doing here right now if there is no trade forming. But even if I leave the live section, I'll still be on my computer. So I guess I'll just keep it open so that we can be discussing and gisting and all that. Cloudy, what's up? Where were you all morning? I've been on live since morning, since around 10. I've not been around. What's going on? You good? I was thinking BTC will make a new high. That's the expectation. That's what we are waiting for. Remember that trade from yesterday? The one that everybody was thinking is not going to work out? I'm still in the trade. All right. So that's the trade that we took yesterday night, right? So yeah, that's the expectation. I'm actually predicting or forecasting that BTC is going to 127,000, right? Because I know it's not just going to break and start going down, right? It's going to break and have some little extra. All right. So if that little extra is going to happen here, then definitely we are looking at maybe 27 or even 28,000. It's possible. Anything is possible in this market. And this is Bitcoin. This is crypto. So when it moves, it flies, right? So let's see how it's going to be. But the first target is going to be like a 1 to 4, which is to break that structure to the upside. And then we'll see what happens from there. So at this level, I definitely will secure some profit just so I have my account. I'm on be small thing. That's why you see that I keep running offline now. If there is no power, because I'm using fiber, so I don't really have that issue of data and network when there is power. But when there is no power, it means I'm using my mobile network and or more. If you are not talking about the data price, you are talking about the quality of network. It's very, very bad. It's not a network that you can use for live section. I know most of you are wondering how I am able to do it, but it's not really easy. I'm using fiber, it's unlimited, so I can easily go live like this for a longer period of time. But with my mobile network, nah. Even though you be millionaire, you go feel am. The sweat, you go feel am. For mobile network, the sweat, you go feel am. They say they go bow for the result though. Network is so bad, my bro. But you, on the other hand, you are using Glow. Baba, you get heart of stone. I don't even know say Glow still dey exist, to be honest. Network when no dey everywhere. Yeah, MTN fiber. If it's available in your area, I encourage you to go and get it. It's cheap. The subscription that I'm using is 25,000 naira per month and it's completely unlimited. The network service so far, I mean, you have been here from the beginning, so you have seen how well the connection is when I am on live. It doesn't shake, it doesn't do, it's stable generally and it's completely unlimited. So it's one of the best that you can get right now. Very cheap. Installation cost is also very, very cheap. You only need 25,000 naira to get installed. And that 25,000 naira is still going to give you like a full month free. So basically, it's like you are subscribing for your next month's this thing. So if it's available in your area, if you are contemplating before to get it, I'm telling you now that it's a very, very good one. This will Mostly, I could say that ever since last week, I've been holding trade for longer now, and this was the first one that I held. I held this one for 3 days, right? But mostly because it's during the weekend. I was in profit for like a one to one. I was in profit for like a one to one in this trade. No, one to two actually, almost one to two in this trade. And then the market closed on Friday. And the moment the market closed, it started revising back. On my smaller account, I had to close. All right. Uh, the time I wanted to close this trade on FTMO, it didn't let me close for some reason. It said that the market was already closed, so I couldn't close this trade. And surprisingly, yesterday I woke up and it has already hit the TP, which is good. It's something to smile about because if I had closed, I wouldn't have made that profit. So I left that aside. This is the new one, and I've been holding this trade for now almost 25 hours. Sorry, 18 or 19 hours now so far. So I am beginning to learn the habit of holding trades for a longer period of time, which is nice. It's not something that I'm used to, but it gives me more like I am. It's making me not take too many trades. Like since day before yesterday, I've taken only two trades, right? Other days I would have taken more than 10 trades because I'm trading on like the lower time frame and all that. But if I'm trading on synthetic, I'll still be taking a lot of trades. So, but I think this is something that is working. So I'll be doubling down on it. If I see a trade, I will hold it. HR, thank you so much. You are my first. Can I call you my first gifter for the day? Because I don't think I've seen a gift of recent. Let me see. Top viewers and where is the gifter one? The top gifters. No. I don't know how to see it, sure. But what's your thought on GJ? I've already done. You remember what we said yesterday? And it was you that I was talking to yesterday now, Cloudy, about the GJ. Well, you know the one that wanted to take that sell on GJ. Remember what we said yesterday around this level? You remember we had this analysis here. We had this one here that we were taking a. So if you remember, we had this analysis here that the market was reacting to, and you said that because of all this clear of liquidity. Thank you so much, Aisha. Thank you so much. So because of all this liquidity, you were prepared to take this sell. And I remember, I think you were the one that took this very nice, that was lucky that we were using this one as an example, right? But I told you that this is the reason why you should never hold a trade in the weekend. But because imagine if you were taking a sell on this pair and you had your stop loss somewhere around here. If you had your stop loss somewhere around here and the market, what's I did do? Let's say you're taking a sell here and your stop loss is somewhere around this high and you are entering the weekend, you should always close your trade, especially if you're trading a prop firm account. You should always close your trade when you are on a Friday, because if you don't do that and something like this happens and the market opens with this type of bullish sentiment, the broker is going to resume where the market is resuming. So I think by the time the market opened yesterday, what you saw is that the market was already at this level. So if this trade was against you, you see that $70 that you made because you were in a buy, that would have been a terrible wipe of your account, especially if you're trading a smaller account. Even though you have a stop loss somewhere here, the broker is not going to look at that. It is going to take the entire thing from your account because that is where the market resumes. Why? Because if it was to be in your favor, just like it was, you said you woke up and you saw $70 and you are happy, right? If it was to be in your favor, they would have paid you. So if it's against you, they will take it against you too. All right. So it's like a double-edged sword. It could work for you, but the pain will be disastrous. And you remember that I said that you said you wanted to look for a sell here, and I said with this level of momentum coming at this level, even though you are expecting a sell from this level, you should have a rethink, because whatever was um, responsible for this move that led to this very big push to the upside, I don't think it is done yet. And you don't expect a market where it is only one candle and the market keep going with one candle till infinity. No, you don't expect it. You always have to have, like, big move, small retracement, continuation. And since we have a big move like this and the market was pressing down, now the retracement could go all the way to this level, but there is a high chance that that is not going to happen when you have a momentum like this. All right, and that's the reason why I discouraged you from that sell that you were looking to take here yesterday. And I hope that you listened. I hope that you did not take that sell. So if you took that sell, this is exactly what I was expecting. I also remember telling you that in a case like this, where you have one candle that gave you this level of bullishness towards your POI, what you want to do is you want to wait for a structure formation. Like, even if you are going to sell, you want to wait for structure to be formed, like first break, second break, then you can take the trade on the third break, because now you are following a structure. It's either that or you wait for maybe perfect structural formation, and when you see a change of character, that is if you are not confident in taking a buy, when you see a change of character, then you start looking for a sell. But entering a trade like this when there is an information that you don't have access to, a fundamental information, definitely this is about some news about the JPY. Maybe something is wrong with the Japanese yen, or maybe dollar is all of a sudden too strong, or GBP is strong. But the reason why I'm saying dollar is strong or GDP is strong is that it didn't only happen on GDP JPY. It also happened on USD JPY. Meaning, if there is any problem, it is based on the Japanese yen. So something must have happened with the Japanese yen, and anything that is pairing or trading against the Japanese yen is gaining strength against the Japanese yen. All right. So whatever happened here has to be a news that has to do with Japan. All right. If you go to Euro JPY, I'm sure it's the same thing. All right. Look, I go to Euro JPY and you see that same gap here. Look, this one does not even print it out. There was no printing out here. All right. And this is exactly what I explained again. All right. This is exactly what I explained again, that if the broker was to resume like this and you are in a sell, it's going to take all that gap from your, this one depicts it better. See this gap? This 15-minute time frame, and you're seeing this level of gap. If you were in a sell and you held it through the weekend, this would have wiped out your account. That's why you need to be very, very careful anytime you are taking a trade and it's on a Friday and you are holding a trade. If it is not far from your entry, close it. If it's playing around your entry, just like we did on gold, close it. All right. So that is the idea. So now that you have something like this, you don't want to enter a sell immediately just because you are looking to fill this gap. This gap is going to be filled, but for you to get involved in a trade, you need to see a structural formation, just like you are seeing right now. So as I'm seeing this is like the first indication that sellers are taking control of this market. You can see how there's now been a structure break to the downside. But I will not consider this one a structural break, because why? It did not take the liquidity behind it. So if you are trading this level now, you are trading the entire level, not just this one. This is an internal situation, which means that this could be a retracement down to this one. Right? This could be a retracement down to this one for a continuation of this trend. See, break. Oh, my bad. I don't know why my mouse is always doing this thing. So this could be a retracement down to this one, a continuation to the upside. So the structure is still looking bullish, even though it is looking like on the lower time frame that you are having a structural formation here. Don't believe it until this low is gone. But let's say something like this happen, and then I see now, let's say I see a move back up, a clear of this liquidity, and then a break of this low. That will tell me that we are having a new structure. Then I can be confident to take a sell from this level. But until all that happen, taking a trade now is like you're just speculating, you are just hoping, you're just praying that what you are hoping to get is what will happen. All right. So yeah, that is my view of GJ for now. I think it is in a confusing state, and you should not be looking for any trade there. Comprehend it? That is my best advice for that. Thank you so much, Hassan BK. Thank you for the likes. Uh, Thank you, HRH, and every other person who is watching right now. And I hope that you are gaining value on whatever I've got to say so far. Oh my lord, crazy! Volatility is just moving so well, and I don't have any funds in my. Maybe they never deposit this money, so shall wahala be this one now. I have some change to trade though, so I might be attempting to make some flip here. Let's see. Let's observe for a while now. I have like $5 in my account, so maybe I'll be using that one to flip while I'm waiting for my deposit. All right. So for now, this low is still very valid. It's yet to be broken. It is the last one that broke structure. So anything that this market is doing around here is still internal until that low has given way. So if I see a change of character down here on this 1 minute time frame, which is funny because this change of character now will have to happen when there is a break of this structure and it is far from there. So I hope it creates a structure here, something like this. And then when I see a break of that structure, so far that low is still valid, I'll look to try and see if I can flip that $5 to something that I can withdraw, right? So that would be nice. Like I said, yeah, you see so many similarities in my trade and SMC. I don't. If an SMC trader is trading, you'll be hearing things like fair value gap. You see me using similar words like liquidity, order block. Sometimes if I am using order block to make an entry, you see me using those words, but that is because, like I said, I was once an SMC trader. All right, but SMC alone was just not enough for me, so I had to like add other things from my own experience. So I can't attribute my trading to SMC alone. So many things that I do are based on support and resistance. They are based on trend line. They are based on a lot of things. You might not see me drawing trend lines, but because of the experience that I've had in the trading industry, I don't need to draw these invisible lines. I don't need to draw all these things for you to know that I'm using trend line or something. You might not see it, you might not see me drawing it, but I already have the experience in what those things are talking about. You understand? I have those experience, and it's like I can already see it without drawing the lines and all that. So I cannot attribute my trading as a whole to SMC. It looks very similar, but that is price action for you. You are paying attention to what the market is doing. For example, like right now, that I'm seeing this 15-minute candle close, and I've been holding this trade for 18 hours, and I'm seeing that the market is reacting to this little formation here. A very big part of me is telling me to secure some profit because after 18 hours and I take a loss on this trade, it doesn't make any sense. Now, securing some profit might not be the best thing to do, but in this case, is it? I'm asking myself this question now: is it what I should do? All right. So that is me paying attention to what the price is doing, and that's basically why you keeps hearing me say that it's price action. All right. I will keep holding this trade to infinity if I don't see a reason to exit the trade. So SMC trader would not do that. SMC trader, like a true SMC trader, not all this one that call themselves SMC trader without knowing what SMC is talking about. Too. I'm talking about the real SMC. Some of them might not take this trade where I took the trade, right? An SMC trader would definitely be using order block, or he will be using the final. I don't know. You know what I'm talking about. You're an SMC trader, so you should understand what I'm saying. But SMC trader, even though he's using a break and retest, will definitely still be using another block. So you see the little differences between my own trading and an SMC trader, right? Also, an SMC trader will not be looking to take profit here because he's seeing this reaction. The reason why I will be interested in taking this some profit here is I see um, how BTC have been struggling to climb so far. And since it is reacting to a base that I feel like if it wants to really go and like do a drop to maybe further down to this level, and there is no better place to look for that drop than this level, right? Because if you notice, following order flow, this one reacted to this one reacted to this one. So this is the one that is left behind. So that alone is already telling me that okay, maybe, maybe you should secure some. Adding that to all the idea of holding the trade for 18 hours and seeing it go down to zero might be a bad thing. All I need to do now is just to go down to like a lower time frame, sorry, a higher time frame, to see if what I am seeing on this 15-minute time frame that is making me want to shaking out is looking strong on the higher time frame. So on this 1 hour time frame, sorry, 30-minute time frame, it's already disappearing. It doesn't look like something that I should be afraid of anymore. If I go to the 1 hour time frame and I see the previous 1 hour, even though it has a week, it was a bullish candle. So it's also telling me that this is not a sign for me to get out of the trade. All right. And looking at the 4 hour time frame definitely should be looking very bullish right now. All right. And remember how we talked about this in the early hours of today, that this is our only challenge. If this candle can be violated, if this candle now that is being tested, if it can be violated, if it can be if we can get a trade that trades beyond this level, that is to tell you that we officially have a successful trade, because this is our only problem right now. And right now we are facing that candle. So it is just patience, all right, until that is done. All right. So yeah, SMC, whatever you want to call it, it's still the same thing for me. I trade price action. We're all just trying to get alpha check. See the way you even talk and like say they command me. The alpha, who goes you? Wetin be your problem? Na me you dey command. Alpha check USD CHF. I no check, wetin you go do? Do your worst. Wetin you wan do? Omo, see that statement o. You pay me? Alpha check USD JPY. Like say if I no check am, you go kill me. Who goes you now? Anyways, I'm just kidding. USD CHF, I did an analysis earlier on USD CHF. And ladies and gentlemen, this was the analysis. All right. Now, this sell, like I said, is not a sell that you should expect to go far, because the market is in an uptrend. All right. But I did say that if you want to take a trade here, you can, because there was a break of structure to the downside. All right. For me, any high or low that is able to cause a break of structure is a strong high or a strong low. All right, it's a strong high or a strong low, and there should be a reaction. Sometimes we see reactions as a successful trade. Reaction does not mean a successful trade. It's just like saying, I was able to defend my family before, and since the market is coming back, I'll try my best again to see if I can push the market from here. Sometimes that reaction might not go far. It might be something like this, and it might keep going back up. But from what I can see, if you zoom out of this trade, you can see that earlier on the 1 hour time frame, we had like a break of structure to the upside. So when you have a break of structure, what you expect is a pullback. And in a pullback, there are two places I expect to take a trade from. It's either liquidity, where I would wait for a change of character, which is what you got here. Tapped into your liquidity, you expect a change of character, right? You got the change of character, so you are now expecting a pullback. On the pullback again, you have two places. It's either the premium level or liquidity. In this case, it tapped into liquidity, and now you expect another change of character. You can see how I'm following it from uh, uh, the top time frame, and I'm following the same thing down to the lower time frame. Now you have a change of character. At this point, this is like your final confirmation. You can decide to take a trade here, and that is the reason for this buy. All right. Now that you have a break of structure internally here, even though you are going to be looking for this buy till forever, you should also pay attention to that little break of structure, or what some people will call change of character. And why is that very necessary? It is necessary because the market was coming from the outside, right? Another break of structure, which means originally, if this market wanted to just keep going up, it could as well just react to this level. All right, it could as well just react to this level and continue going up. It could have pushed back to this level and then continue going up to continue this structure. All right, to continue this structure, it would have continued just going up. Yeah, it would have continued just going up, right? But it didn't, and it went below this one. That is a violation, and that tells you that whatever is behind this movement to the downside could be responsible for pushing the market even further down. And that is what makes this high a strong high. So now that the market came to this strong high, you have this trade that is going up, but you are paying attention to this. I would wait for a change of character before I enter. And I don't know if you saw it, but if you go to the 5 minute time frame, let's see, let's investigate that on the 5 minute time frame. Why is this network falling behind? Okay, it's connected to the right one. So I don't know if you can see this little change of character here. It might not be visible, but if I was to be looking for a sell here, this would have been the reason for that sell. Stop loss above here. And if I'm trading based on this change of character, of course, I'll be targeting this low for a continuation. So on this trade, you would have secured some profit here. All right, secured some profit, just like, wait to make I check my BTC. Oh boy, hold on, I'll come back to that. I need to really see, because this place that Bitcoin is reacting from, I don't like it, like I said. So I just want to be paying attention to it. Going back to was it, what were we looking at? Here's the CHF, right? Aha. So now you are in these two condition. This one has given you a 1 to 4, which is already okay for a trade. If you ask me, 1 to 4 is a very good one. But like I said, going by the 1 hour, which is like the higher time frame, you will notice that the market is still kind of like in an uptrend, which means that there is a high chance that the market will just pull back and then continue going up. What can you see internally? You saw a break of structure, making this low possible for a buy continuation. It's either that or it goes below this liquidity. All right. So anything below this liquidity and you see a change of character, just know that this your sell that you are in here is automatically invalidated. Once you see a change of character, anything below this liquidity, once you see something like this below this liquidity, just know that it is continuing in the first buy that it originally was in. All right. So that is my view for that. That is my view for that. Home era style. How the fuck do you know my name? Who be this person? Until you tell me who you be, I no go answer you. How you know my name? How you take know my name? You're welcome. The Alpha. Gold. Our view on gold still remains the same, but let me see what's happening on gold. Okay. No wonder they are telling me to check gold. So gold has tapped into my zone. Let's see on the 1 minute time frame. Let's see if we can cash a quick little buy. Okay, so there was this pushback. I expect it to go above this one, which it didn't. All right. So this is the 1 minute time frame. So I expect, if I am looking for a break of structure, I really want to see that break of structure. All right. So gold just tapped into this area. Let's see. But if there is no break of structure, let's say this candle fails here and I see a new bullish candle again, I will be taking that trade. Stop loss is going to be below this zone, but I want to see that break of structure. All right. So this new candle closed bullish. Let's see if we can engage. Let's see if we can engage on a trade on gold. So I'm looking for gold. And now another thing to note though for gold, all right, before you do anything on gold. Now I know that I was looking for a buy, but let's look at the higher time frame before we do anything, right? So let's check on the 1 hour time frame to see. Okay, so now the question here is, yes, you saw this area, but you had two reasons why you were looking at this area. It is at the top of the trend. You are looking to buy because you want to see the 15-minute trend continuation, right? But then again, will you be taking a trade when a higher time frame 1 hour is looking this bearish? That's a question that I want to leave to you. All right. The 1 hour is now looking very, very bearish. We had two things that we were looking for when it comes to gold. It's either there is a trade here for a buy, or there is a break of this structure so that we can start looking for a sell. That's why you have these two formations here. That's the reason why you're having these two formations here. It's either it breaks for a sell or it respects the zone. But now looking at this 1 hour time frame and looking at how bearish these candles are, I wouldn't want to take a buy unless I know that the market is flipping, right? So I definitely need this candle that I was waiting for. So let's see if this candle is going to close. But remember, with that 1 hour candle looking that bearish, enter with a very, very low risk. Even though you are going to be taking a trade here, it has to come from a very, very low risk. So if I see this candle close now, I will be engaging in gold. All right. But again, low risk and low risk only. So that candle just closed. I will be looking to take a trade. I'm calculating my stop loss right now to see what I would use to cover the entire zone. Then I can tell you guys to enter. So for me, if I use a zero point 0.2, it will cost me $15. How much do I want to risk? Let's say $20. So let me try 0.3, 0.03. So 0.03 is about $23. That sounds good for me. So I'll be taking the trade like right now on my account. I'm in a buy on gold. If it works, it works. If it doesn't work, there is no big deal. All right, there's no big deal. So I'm risking $25 for this trade. If you want to join in, you can join in. I'm already in that trade. I'm in on this trade. Let me mark it out so that you guys can see. So this is a trade. The target is up there for a 1 to 2. Maybe let me expand that a little bit. Let me make it 1 to 3. So if I'm risking 25, I should be targeting $75, which is fine. If it takes me out, I'm losing $25. So here, I make an entry. This was my entry. This is my SL below this current zone. Remember, if I lose this trade, it's a confirmation for my sell that I am expecting, right? So I'm not bothered about losing the trade. So before I send out the signal, it's a lot of work, so permit me to take my time and do it correctly. Go back to the 5-minute time frame, delete some of these vis-a-vis that I'm seeing here. All right, first attempt to buy gold is right there. This is the trade, and copy link, and Telegram channel. Take this one now. Okay. Telegram channel. I am posting the trade right now in the Telegram group. Gold buy. Sorry guys. So those on Twitter should already oh boy. What is this? This page isn't looking right. Okay. Oh, there was a mistake. No wonder. Edit. I added oh, stop clicking now. Okay, gold buy. There should be a gap there. So that's better. Posted it there, Twitter posts. So I also just posted it on Twitter. If you are looking for that trade, you should already be in that trade now. I am in on the trade. I actually took it on only one account, which is that one. So look, I took the trade. It's right there. Let me see if I can enter it on my second account right now. Please, I'm not seeing your comments right now because I am trying to manage this trade. So if you are asking a question or anything, just exercise patience. I'll be using zero point 0.1 here. 0.3, I was risking $25. So 0.2 will be 16 or something. Let me use 0 0.1 for this one. All right. So I'm in on two of my accounts, risking $10 on this second account. Hopefully, this is not a mistake because the market is really bearish right now. So again, if you are taking this buy, I have already explained the reason why I am taking the trade. All right. If you are not okay with that reason, please, please, please stay away from it. All right. If you are not okay with that reason, BTC is fine, so I don't need to worry. Let me see. Oh boy, what the heck? And this guy was telling me to check, and I was busy explaining. Shebi una dey see wetin una dey cost me, wa? Get anger issue or keep person. Can't think with this. Anyways, it is what it is. It has gone. It has gone. HR2, if you got in, congratulations. Thank you for believing in the analysis. Although I probably would have got in somewhere around on this second break. That's where I would have got in. Stop loss would have been here. So manage your trade accordingly. If I see a pushback into this zone, then I will look to join you on this journey. Target for this trade will be the super high. All right, but the first target is here. First target, this should be your TP1. TP1, because that's the liquidity that you are trying to guide. Now, overall target, you can decide to target the next zone. All right, so that's what we are looking at for volatility. Hope is V75-1S that you are trading and not just V75, because this is V75-1S. But that's, you see, this is the beauty of volatility indices here. When you get in, it moves. Not like something like gold now or the other one that will be spending eternity before moving. Anyways, good. This is not to say you're not moving. You're moving very well. So don't be offended, Just keep moving like that. If I wanted to secure some profits that will let the trade breathe, where it go be? For BTC, if you wanted to secure some profit that will let the trade breathe, where will it be? Since I am not seeing any reason to run out of this trade yet, all right? You see how I was considering everything that was happening, and then I had to go to the higher time frame to give myself more confidence as to why I am holding this trade. Same thing goes. If I start seeing something that doesn't make sense, if I start seeing the market breaking structure to the downside, that will be your signal to secure. But for now, you are in a very good trade. Keep holding. You're in a very good trade. There's no point to rush. There's no point to, to fake out and all that. Drop your Telegram link. Look, this Telegram link of a thing is a very, very big issue. But let me teach you how to join my Telegram channel. It is very easy. This is my phone. This is me viewing myself right now. You click on my name. You go to my page. You see my page. And then you see that YouTube link that is there. If you can type this first link, in your browser, that's fine. But if that is too stressful for you, just click on the YouTube page. All right, click on the YouTube page and open it. If possible, open with external browser. All right, open with external browser. I think is that. Where is it? Your data. I don't know how to open an external browser, but you know what to do. If you open it here, you see that first link. You see these links that are here under my description on my name. That is my channel. That's my Telegram link. That is my Instagram. That is my direct WhatsApp and Twitter. So all the links that you're looking for, they are on my YouTube page. For some reason, TikTok is not letting me post direct link, so I cannot post the link to my Telegram channel. But please and please do me a favor and just use that as a way to find my link. Or you can, as you are on my YouTube, please, as you are on my YouTube, click this button. You see this button, this one. Just click on. You get why? You understand? You just press on. You get why? No worry, I will tell you why you go press on later. Just press on. Hmm? You get why? You go understand later. You get? If you no press on, I go find you come your house, yeah. If you don't click that subscribe button for that YouTube page, ah, I'll find you. My men go lap. Fee 75. What the fuck? My money supposed to be $15 now. Since they paying me, sha. Cloudy, you dey owe me $15. You know why? Because now you have been they do that analysis for. Yes. Now you make me miss this trade. Nice one. Nice one. Nice one. Nice one. Nice one. HRH. So this is your first day on you're on YouTube. Nice, 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 nice. Thank you very much. DJ OG, thank you so much for being around. This is your first day joining our live stream, I believe, because this is the first time I'm seeing your name, HRH. And you're already making money with my analysis. What? Really? Bro, that's cool, bro. I'm happy about that. I am really, really happy about that. I swear to God, I am very, very happy. I am very, very happy that you are making money with less people. That thing makes me so happy. It makes me so happy. I just want to dance. I swear, bro. Oh boy, it looks impossible, but you see, this is one thing about structure that we keep talking about. Yeah, when you are taking a trade, this is one thing about structure that we keep talking about. Though it looks impossible, but now we are already at 1 to 1, almost at 1 to 1. All right, for this gold. All right. So now the only thing is I did not enter at the premium level because I was waiting for confirmation. If I was here, I would have already set it to break even. But now anything that is making this very candle flip, I'll close my trade because we are trading at a risky environment. Those are the confirmations that I'm telling you about. All right. If I was looking to hold this trade all the way to this down, since it is now coming, if it's coming back, since it is going to be coming from here, since it's coming from this formation here, somewhere around this top, that is also telling me that the market might just do a retracement for a continuation, which means that if I'm already in a profitable trade here, the best I can do is to adjust my stop loss to below this formation. There is no reason why you should go below this formation anymore. It invalidates your trade. All right. So, and if that is going to invalidate my trade, then my stop loss should automatically move to this level. I am okay risking half of what I was risking before on an invalid trade that I can clearly see than take the entire loss, right? So let me do that right in front of you, right here. So you go to your trading view, and this is gold. This is the trade that I took on gold. As you can see, this is the little account. I'm up $5 on that little account now. So instead of risking $10, like you were seeing, I was risking $10 on that account. All right, I can now adjust it down to this one, and that should be about $5. So I'm risking like half of what I was risking before, right? Instead of the full $10. Same thing for the bigger account, which is this one. Same thing for this bigger account. I go here, chart, and instead of risking $22, you can see I adjust it to this level. Let me be risking $11 now, I guess. All right. So let me just put it below this low. All right. So if you are trading and you are following, do the same thing. No go the form strong head, eh? No say, but you are ready to lose it. Yes, I was ready to lose it 5 minutes ago. The information is now showing that I shouldn't be ready to lose everything, so I adjust it accordingly. Price action, simple. Let me read comment section now, because I know say I don't get like 50. I don't get like 50. Where will be a good buy zone? Where would where would be a good buy zone for buy entry on BTC? BTC. Where is BTC? Bitcoin. Okay. So here, if I was going to be looking for a buy zone, one thing that gives me signal to take a trade is break of structure. Yeah, and that break of structure has to happen on a higher time frame than my entry time frame. So if I'm looking to make an entry on 15-minute time frame, all right, if I'm looking to make a trade based on the 15-minute time frame, which is what we have done here, I will want to see a break of structure on the 15-minute time frame first before I start looking for a trade. All right. So just like I did here, there was a break of structure on the 15-minute time frame on BTC, and I started looking for trades. And I marked out all the places I expect a trade to come from. The first trade was this. The first level was this one, which, like I said, you need a change of character before you enter, and that's the reason why we delayed. If not, this trade originally, if it was the base, we would have entered somewhere around here, which would have been a better entry, right? But unfortunately, that didn't happen. But when we got this change of character, that was how we entered this trade at the level we entered. Now, for me to look for another buy entry, unless I want to scale into my trade, my already existing trade, for me to look for another buy entry, I need to see a break of structure. And the next structure, like you can see, it's not this one or this one. This one were all analysis. It is all the way up there. All right. So I need this now becomes a weak high for me. This is weak, all right, because it was unable to break structure to the downside. So for me to look for any buy entry again on BTC, three things need to happen. First, a break of structure to the upside, which will be move like that to the upside. And then secondly, there should be a retracement. The next level that I'll be looking for premium entry will be this low, just like we did on the first one. Yeah, this low. Let me minimize the size of this thing so that you guys can see. So this low becomes attractive for me. I've already even drawn it before. Let me delete one of them. So you see this low becomes attractive for me to take a trade from. All right. So this is where I would be expecting the market to get to. But just like this one, it might not get to your premium level. It might not get to the final level you expect the market to get to. In that case, you'll be using liquidity. So here, this is liquidity for me. So if I have this is liquidity, all right. And if this is liquidity, it means that I will be waiting for a change of character if it is reacting at this level. So if I see a change of character here, that will be my signal to engage. All right. But for all this to be valid, for all this thing to be valid, first I need to see a break of this structure. Somebody is selling gold now. What did happen? Right? I need to see a break of this structure first, and then a pullback, then a continuation. I beg you, one of my dolo just say sell gold. Make I go check wetin dey happen for gold. Okay. As it is right now, I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like what is happening. All right. So thank God we have adjusted our stop loss to follow this one. So we are just going to be risking that little amount that we are having. Because like it or not, this structure is still being maintained. All right, look, there was this break of this structure internally here, and this high is still, you can see how it tapped into it, and is, if this thing was supposed to continue in the downtrend, this is what you have. Let me take this one aside now. If this thing was supposed to continue in the downtrend, this is what you have. You have a break. It is the same thing on every time frame. Okay, you have a break, a pull, a continuation. That is what you expect if this thing was to continue in a downtrend, right? So that means that's the reason why I had this thing here that I was looking if this thing is supposed to continue. Me, I'm not taking a sell because the market is in a bullish market condition. But that alone is to tell me that, you see this my buy, this one that I took here, now God hand the day for now, because there is still not a change of character, official change of character here. The problem is if you wait for that change of character, it might be too late, especially for gold and what gold is doing right now. It might be too late. So now, let your stop loss be below this formation. You're in a good trade, but it is still at the mercy of this high. It is when this high is broken, that is when we can now start raising shoulder. You understand? Please teach me how to calculate stop loss. How to calculate losses. Okay. There are two ways that you can calculate losses. Either you use calculators that are available on like Baby Pips or FS Book and all that, All that is old school. That was how we calculated stop loss when we started trading like 5, 4, 6 years ago, because there were no tools on trading view to calculate. You can only calculate the pips on trading view. But now I'm sell good. That's good for you. We are in a buy. So two horns. We are all uh, trying to get the same thing. But let me finish what I'm doing. All right. So to calculate your sell, or sorry, your stop loss right now when you are trading, MT5 has made it MT5 has made it simple to do. All right, has made it very simple. So what you want to do is watch my phone. All right. What you want to do is, let's say I wanted to take a trade, this same trade that I'm taking. Instead of just clicking buy or sell, first of all, I will hide that buy and sell button. You see, that buy and sell button is hidden. So you see this one that looks like a magnet, this round one, you click on it, that is limit order. That is supposed to help you set limits on your trade. So let's say I wanted to take a sell where this market is, which is where it is right now. I'll click on the SL to bring out the SL, and I'll put the SL where I want my stop loss to be. And then I'll start moving this my entry. I'll start moving this my entry up and down. So above it will be showing sell limit. Below it will be showing buy limit, because that's limit order. So as I'm moving it, you can see that the value here, you can see that this value is changing. You can see that as I'm moving it up and down, it is changing. So I have a sense of what I am looking at. So if I'm going to be risking $20, from here to here will cost me $20, and that is because I have zero point 0.3 here. All right. So 0.3 lot size is going to cost me $20 if I open this trade now, where it is right now. But if I wanted to risk more, let's say I wanted to risk $50, I'll just click on the middle of this place and maybe enter like 0.5. All right. So if I enter 0.5, now if I move that button, you can see that that same trade is going to cost me $28. All right. So that should give you a view of what you are going to lose already. So no need to all those. And it also tells you the points. You can see 573 points, and it's going to cost you $39. And the reason why I like using this is because different trading views, different sometimes the way they calculate different pairs are different. All right, some are using pips, some are, I don't know, I don't want to go into details, but that gives you exactly what you are going to lose. So I like to calculate my losses on MT5, because that's exactly what I know I'm going to lose. Bitcoin be doing the most. Thank you for that. That is lovely. Why is mine okay? So still holding this wonderful trade here that has been taking forever. I think at this point we have been holding this trade for more than 20 hours. Let me see. How many hours have we been holding this Bitcoin trade? I entered precisely at this level. If I take my drawings out, 19 hours, 25 minutes of holding one single trade. God damn it. Volatility indices, okay, is reacting to this low right now. So let's see what it does. I like to see your TP1 get hit so that I can start getting involved. But if not me, they take this trade. If I don't cash out already, ASAP. Gold, I don't like it. Gold might be taking us for a joke. But yeah, it is expected since we are facing that rejection there. It is expected. And this is the reason why you want to have an expectation for all of your trades here. All of your trades, every trade, always have an expectation. Sell gold, 11%. Why should I take your advice, 11%? You have your own view, I have my own view. Leave me alone. Leave me. You said now. You sell your own and leave me alone. Sell your own and leave me alone. Me, I'm ready to give you more. I don't know why you people are not happy. When you see somebody buying or selling when you are doing the second thing, like you are doing the opposite thing, you should be happy because it's my money that you need. Then need my money to pay you. If I don't lose, how will you get paid? 60 people will hit SL. Who told you that 60 people are taking it? And who told you that 60 people are not ready to hit the SL? That one na for your pocket. You trade, leave me alone now. What's your problem? Wow. I want to lose. They need me to pay you. Exactly. So you should be happy. Why are you now sad that I'm losing? Is it your problem? How for you? All of a sudden you are trying to help me. Don't help me. I don't need your help. You take your own trade. Let me take my own trade. I'm just kidding. You know, you have your view and your view is correct. I have my view and I believe my view is correct also. If it end up losing, then it is fine. I was wrong and I am ready to accept it. If you end up winning, then you are correct and you are right. But for me, I am going to stick to my view because I don't have any idea how you came up with your own self. And all I know is what I think before taking my own buy. All right. So yeah, I will be happy if you get paid. That just means that I was wrong this time and I cannot be right at all time. All right. So I am okay with my losses. Thank you so much. The reason why I followed you with the same energy is because of the way you said it. All right. You have a different view does not mean my view is wrong, and I have a different view does not mean your view is wrong. You can even see that this your sell, I predicted it for you too. Like you can see it there. I had this box here. If I was not expecting a reaction from here, I will not have a box here. So yes, I am just not confident with that sell because gold is in an uptrend. If I want to take a sell, I would like to see a break, an official break of structure first. And since that is not yet done, I am in a buy. So regardless, lose or win, I'm not risking too much of my account. I've even showed it here live how much I'm going to be risking. $5, $10. If I'm so sure that this trade is going to be a winning trade for like it must be a winning trade, I'll definitely be entering with like 7 lot size, to buy Lambo tomorrow. So there is no assurance in trading. All right. There's no assurance in trading. You have your view, I have my view. It should always be like an opinion thing. Like this is my opinion. I think it's going to sell. And if I agree with you, I go with you. If I don't, just let me be. Don't tell me that I'm going to lose. I know I am going to lose. It's fine. Huh? So energy for energy, yeah. Euro USD. What's up with Euro USD? Let's see. Why this one I don't load now? My village people don't start. Hey, okay, Euro USD. Somebody is so mad at me right now that I discouraged him from taking this buy. That's not your business. So. Anyways, but yep, Euro USD is it just broke this internal structure. Like I said, I am more interested in sales on Euro USD and buys. I'm not. Even though it looks very good and it's coming from this base, I'm not. But one thing is certain. You see this drawing? See the thing? It signifies that this is going to increase my interest in the trade. So if I go to the 15-minute time frame right now, we now have like a break of structure. So if I see a pullback below this liquidity point here, if I see any pullback below this level, I can easily take a buy because of this break of structure. This is telling me that buyers are interested. But that is only valid if it has not end up mitigating the sales before coming back. If it gets here before coming back, this becomes invalid. All right. And if it gets here before going up, then I'll be interested in the buy. So for Euro USD, this has been the same analysis since morning. I still stick to my view and I'm going to be going ahead with it like that. All right. This one is Euro USD. This is Euro USD. This is a buy zone, but we are in a downtrend temporarily. We are in a downtrend. All right. Overall, we are in a downtrend. So I am not really confident to take a direct entry buy there. All right. If you took it, congratulations. You should already be in like 1 to 3 or 1 to 4 or something. Let me see. 1 to 3. That would have been a good trade. But like I said, I wanted better confirmation, especially since I saw this very, very, very aggressive sell here. It shows that there is too much momentum in the sell side, and it's like you're taking a risk when you know that there's so much blood and all that. So for me, this is like a better confirmation. If you want to take a buy now, you can wait for the pullback and then enter a buy. That's my thought on Euro USD. Above all, my most interesting trade is a sell, and I'm waiting. I'm just going to wait for it to get to that level. All right, comprehend it. Now, gold on the other hand, me and this guy are still fighting. What's his name? 11%. Me and you are still fighting. So one person is going to win. It could be you. It could be me. Who knows? But whatever happens, just know that I'm okay with it. The question is, are you also okay with your own? All right. Me, I'm okay taking a loss. All right. And you should also be okay taking a loss too if you're in a sell. All right. So this is the mindset that you need to approach the market. Two of us are fighting right now. One of us is going to pay for the other person. It's either your stop loss is used to pay me, or my stop loss is used to pay you. And I'm not saying you are wrong. You are very correct. All right, you're very correct. I just feel like I side with the buys than the sells because I want to follow what the market is doing overall. I think I think I've explained this in so many language now, and hope two of us were not fighting. We're friends, right? Hope we're good. Hope it's understandable. BTC, what's going on? We should be at. We should be like, what's wrong with you? Son of man, VFX, you're using an excellent approach towards 1%, 11%, which I am impressed. Yeah, that is how it's supposed to be. That is how it's supposed to be. There is no fighting in this market. You lose, I win. I win, you lose. Two of us are just trying to make money. I hate it when people start fighting. And that is why anytime you use one kind of energy to try to tell me what to do, when I'm doing my own thing, I don't respect you. And again, anybody that comes to my chat and tell me the market is going to this level as if it's the maker of the market, instantly I just feel like you're trading out of your ego. I don't respect you. Trading is not a competition. It is a competition with yourself alone. You are trading to win. I am trading to win. All right. So, but what one thing is clear, one thing is certain. If everybody is winning, nobody is getting paid, which means somebody needs to lose for you to get paid. If I'm losing today and you are winning today, yeah, you are using my money today. It's your turn. Tomorrow, there is a chance that you might be selling and I might be buying and I might end up winning. All right. And that tomorrow, my stop loss become your own payment. All right. So if so far you don't speak with ego, I'm okay. So far you don't speak with ego, I'm okay. Son of man, let me explain something to you. Yeah. In trading, there is going to be challenges, a lot. And one of those challenges comes from when you start making your first winning. And someone might be asking, like, if you are winning, why is it a challenge? That is when your ego start building. That is when you start forgetting the humility that made you take the right trade, and then you start thinking that you know what to do. You know this feeling where you win a trade, even though you took the signal from somebody. Deep down, you know that you took the signal from someone. But if you are going to tell somebody about the trade, you are going to say, "I took this trade. I took this trade." That's what you are going to say. You're going to be like, "I took this trade. I won this trade. I took this trade. I won this trade." That's what everybody is going to say. But when you lose, that is when you start seeing the true color of human being. They'll tell you, Sales posted this trade, Vincent posted this trade, and then he made me loss. So it's never your fault when you are losing, but when you are winning, it's always because of what you did right, right? That is where our problem comes from. All right, we start thinking that we know it all the moment to make one win or one loss. We forget that in the trading industry, what we have been talking about since morning is the most important thing. The fact that somebody has to lose, if not, there will not be Forex. Somebody has to lose, if not, you will not win. And even if you win, there will not be money for them to pay you. All right? Which means that what makes it Forex trading or foreign exchange is that there is always an exchange of value. Somebody is taking what you are losing. You should also be prepared to take what somebody else is losing at some point. It is just the game. It is simple. So when you are taking a loss, you shouldn't be too bothered about, like, you should not be too keen that you must take a win at all time. No, it's not always going to be a win at all time. If you are the moment you accept this particular thing, you start seeing improvement in your trade. And that is why anytime you are seeing me taking a trade, if I am too if I'm too ready to take a trade, I wouldn't have a second opinion on that trade. I wouldn't have like something else that could happen. It will be like a full assurance, and there is no 100% yet. So, bro, the face you are right now, son of man, is not. Is if you want to give up, go ahead by all means. You understand? Give up. I'm not going to be the one that will encourage you to give up. But I've tried other things, and giving up too is not even easy, right? You give up, you start blaming yourself that because tomorrow you are going to see me ride my Lambo, and you are going to be like, why did I give up? If I have kept going, all right, maybe I would have made it. But the thing is, even though you are going to keep going, you need to start thinking smarter than you were thinking before. All of us who have been losing before, even me myself, right now, I'm still losing. I'm currently trading a challenge account that I'm down to $100. So that's to tell you that even me that I'm talking to you, I am not perfect. FTMO account, 10,000. And, uh, and, uh, and I'm down to almost, I'm in negative of, let me even show you. Why am I even explaining? It should be easier to show you. Look, this is a $10,000 account. Look, you guys see it here. $10,000. What are you seeing there? 173. And that 173 came from the fact that I actually won this 63, the last trade. I actually won the last trade. All right. So you can see that even the person that you think is a good trader is also losing. All right. So if you want to give up, my guy, give up. Oh, I no go encourage you, say come back. That one concern you. But is it worth it giving up after all the effort that you have put in when all you could do is to make some different changes to your psyche? The only thing that is holding you back now is not how to analyze your chart, or you know what you are looking for. But when you see it, do you have the mind to take the trade? Or you just chicken out and it's always the bad ones that you take? And even when you take it, do you maintain or stick to your rules that made you take the trade? So if your trade say hold the trade, are you going to hold, or because 11% said it's a sell, you just go and close your trade? Are you disciplined enough to hold your trade based on your strategy, or you just have that strategy for having its sake, and then when you are in a trade, boom, you start considering other scenarios? All right, start just doing what is not good and all that. So that's the problem. That's the issue that we are all facing. That's the major issue. The major issue is not you taking a trade. The major issue is that you are not sticking to your strategy. Your psychology is not built yet. So instead of looking for strategy, my brother, look for a way to cook your psychology. Cook it very well so that you'll be able to, hit your chest and say, I did this. Not 11% told me to do it. Not say less told me to do it. Not VFX told me to do it. You only took it, even though you are taking a trade with me now, even though you are taking this buy with me, or you are taking this sell with me. Thank God I am here live and I'm doing all my analysis live for you to see. So it should be because you agree with the analysis that you are taking the trade. It should not be because seller said take the trade. You get? That's the misconception that many of us are not paying attention to. You start trading and all of a sudden you are just looking for who to put your blames on when you lose, so that you can say it's sellers that give you the trade. The moment you switch your thoughts and you start thinking about it like that, that's when you start making profit. To be honest, it has happened. It has happened to us two times already. This particular trade on BTC, we probably will not be in this trade anymore. If we listened to one guy yesterday who was busy telling us it's a sell, it's a sell, it's a sell. Cloudy, you remember what I'm talking about? Yesterday, all odds were against us when this trade was in a drawdown. But because the trade was still valid, there is no point. Like, if you were not ready to lose the money, why did you get into the trade? Right? So I decided to hold, yeah. And now you can see the same trade now is giving us money. So imagine, and this is where the thing becomes very, very critical. So now I listened to his opinion yesterday without consulting my own opinion, and then I closed this trade. And then I wake up this morning to see that this trade is in profit. Let me tell you something. You see, that particular thing that you just did is what is going to determine all your trade for this week. Because now you are mad. Now you are annoyed. Now you are thinking You should have held. You should have hold on to your trade. You had the best trade. Why did you even listen to this guy? And now you are trying to revenge, or you are trying to prove to the market that you can do it. And anytime you come into the market with your ego, my guy, that's the end of your account. All right, that is the end of your account. Just watch now. Watch something. The moment, if this trade decides to be a profitable trade, if this gold finally becomes a profitable trade, just like it is looking like it is being, you will not see their comment anymore. They go japa. You no go see them. They tell you again. They know they tell you say okay this. This only those who have the audacity to tell you that okay, I thought it was insane. Yeah, that is reasonable, but most of them, and I'm not talking about 11% here. Don't be offended if you are listening to this right now. I'm just using this as a general statement, okay? But those people who have a different opinion that is not in line with your own opinion, the moment your own works out, all right, the moment your own works out, they disappear. And that's to tell you that nobody actually really have that full 100% trust in their trading strategy. And anybody who is claiming that they are that this is this and that is that. Cloudy, you said what will be my win trade? All right, sorry, my win percentage, yeah? My winning percentage, if I stick to my trading strategy and I follow all the rule, I think I can get above 50%, 60% winning percentage. I can take like 3, 4 losses at the same time. But in about 4 trades, I often see that I see one winning trade. The problem that I have been having so far is not whether I see a winning trade, is that I don't manage my trade according to my rules, which is the problem everybody is having. All right. So everybody's having this issue where your trading strategy is working out, but you are not working out. Your ideas are not working out. Why? Because you enter a trade, you are listening to other people. You are not sticking and waiting for the trade to manifest the way you planned it to manifest. That is the issue that we are having. So the trades are not the problem. The you is the problem. So for instance, I now know that for this trade to be invalid, it should go below this one. If I listen to another person, I close this trade at this point, or because I'm in a little profit now, I close it. That is fine because it adds money to your account, but then it spoils your edge, all right, your trading edge. And every trading strategy has to come with a trading edge. If you are not letting your edge to play out, no matter how well your trading strategy is, you are going to be in a loss and you're going to be blaming it on anything else but you. All right. But on a serious note, how do you defeat that fear to place a trade and hold a trade? Cloudy, I am still in the process of defeating that particular thing. You guys know that I had to take a break for a week because the moment I started going live, I noticed something else changing in my trades. All right. I was preaching the right thing, but I was not practicing the right thing. So I will be on a trade with you guys. I'll give you guys the good trades and all that. I will still be the one to tell you to close very early. And all those things that I've just explained was the things that were disturbing me. And very quickly, I saw myself trading on the 1 minute time frame too much. Like especially on gold, I'll be trading with 1 minute structure, which is fine. It's okay if you can just stick to the rules. But if I'm in a little win, I close. But in a drawdown, I hold my full drawdown. So that was my issue. So all of us, it's not like I am immune to these things that I'm talking about. We all have that issue. And what you see me doing right now is the exact same way, the exact same reason why I am or how I am dealing with that, particular issue. So you just need to try. You just need to try. You just need to try. Try. You try, it fails, you try, you fail. Nope, 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 nope. This is every drawing that you are seeing right here is my drawing. Nothing from smart money. Everything that you are seeing on this chart, right? This is like an empty chart. The only indicator on my screen, the only indicator you can see me applying sometimes is sections, trading sections, because I like to see when I am in London or New York or Asian section, all those ones. But I am not using any other indicator apart from that. But I know the indicator that you're using, Smart Money Concept by something, Lux Argo. I've used it before, and that indicator actually helps me to understand some of these concepts that I'm using today, even though I keep saying that I'm not trading solely smart money. You don't see me calling things like fair value, order block, and the rest. That's because I have something different that I'm doing. All right. Can I still buy on gold? I am in a buy, and it's around uh, break even. So if you want to enter, fine. If you want to enter, fine. Only if you agree with the trade. Like I said, there's so many things that can happen here. A sell is possible, a buy is possible. I am only aligning myself with the buy side because, as we can all see, gold is in an uptrend, right? So I decide to align myself with the buying side. But you see that box that I drew here? That is to tell you that I also expect this reaction. That's why I'm not freaking out. I expect this reaction from here, and this reaction can ultimately lead to this break of structure to the downside. And that's the reason why I decided to reduce my stop loss to this low. The original stop loss was right here, somewhere around here. Okay, so if you want to buy now and you want to align yourself with this our own thought, fine, by all means do it, but do it with your own accord. Okay, it's not a financial advice. When you lose now, you now say you are the one that told me to buy. Price action and combination of like 100 more strategy. That is my strategy. Lilia, that is what we are praying for. That is what we are praying for. If it breaks above 25k, we are going to see a very big push on BTC. If it breaks above 25k, 125k. GDP USD, yes, of course, I can do that for you, Your Royal Majesty. So let me see my analysis first. So I said that just like on Euro USD, I don't trust any buy that comes from this low because overall or currently we are in a downtrend. If you go to like the 15-minute time frame, we just broke this structure. That tells me that we are in a downtrend temporarily on BTC. Sorry, on GDP USD. You see that break of structure here? That is also coming from this origin here. So the market has been respecting higher highs. Sorry, I don't know how to say that thing, but the market has been expecting break of structures to the downside. So that said, I will be looking for sales just like on Euro USD. And you know that Euro USD and GDP USD are correlating pairs. So what you are seeing right now, this buy that you are seeing right now, is the same thing that is happening here on Euro USD. Same thing is playing out here on Euro USD, and that's the reason why I decided to stay out of this buy on Euro USD because the market is in a downtrend, right? So for GDP USD, I expect a pullback to since there is this liquidity clearance before this break of structure internally here. You can see that there's this liquidity, there's this move for liquidity here, and then there was this internal, this 15-minute time frame by the way. So there's this internal uh, break of structure. It is reacting to this low now, which is expected because the low was able to print this high. So I don't expect that the market will just come at this level and then just keep going, right? So now, since I have this clear of liquidity before going down, there are two places here. There are two things here that is possible. The market could stop here, all right, this at this high. If you go down to the 5 minutes, I'm sure you'll see this liquidity that is hanging here. All right, so if it takes out this liquidity, yeah, there is a high chance that it will do something like this and then continue going downward, just to go and break this structure for, the completion of this movement, right? Remember, if it is reacting from here, it means it's going after and it's going to break structure, just to continue the structure, right? So that is why I'm not taking a buy on GDP USD or BT or Euro USD. So it's either here, or if you want to be very, very stubborn, all right? If you want to be very, very stubborn, you might decide to come to this somewhere around here and take a sell from, or use this one as liquidity. Any one of these is okay, but I think this should be the first place that you are looking for a reaction from. I said reaction, not a trade yet too, because once I put this thing here, some people will be telling me what's the entry, what's the exit, and all that. This is just a projection of what I expect to see, not a trade. All right, but these are the places I expect to see reactions from. That is my opinion. Remember, when this one was going down also, it only used liquidity. It used liquidity. There are two things that make us enter a trade: liquidity and mitigation. So if it's liquidity, it takes liquidity, you expect a change of character and then you engage, right? So this is liquidity trade. So If it wants to be really, 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 really stubborn, it might decide to go and do the mitigation or something, but we don't expect that to happen. Now, if it is coming outside of this area, if it is coming outside of this zone, since it is coming from a break of structure, I don't expect it to even happen from here. I would expect it to happen from here as liquidity instead. So it could use this one. That is one of those trades where you see wicks happening. So you could use this one as liquidity, meaning with that information, I can delete this one. I should not be expecting any trade here. I should be expecting a change of character before taking any trade. So you decide what you want to do with this information. But for me, I don't think any trade is ready right at this moment. So gold must have taken us out now. No, not yet. We are still struggling, but I think it's definitely going to take us out now. So we are wrong. All right. We are wrong, and Mr. 11% is using our money to buy iPhone 17 Pro Max for his girlfriend. That is bad. That's wicked. All right. So it is looking like we are going to be wrong on a gold trade. No, the market won't stop there. You see, this is what I don't like to hear. This is the statement that pisses me off. The market won't stop there. Like, why are you so sure? Why should I take you serious now when you are talking with so much assurance? The market won't stop there. Like you are the owner of the market. How now? Eh? Say you don't. This is how to say it. You say that there is this liquidity here, so the market might want to go and take it. That is better. But when you come at me and you be like the market will not stop there, how? If you are so sure it will not stop there, why are you not in a Lamborghini already? Why are you so sure? The assurance is making me. I get this humor of like, you just know exactly what is going to happen. If I hear that statement from anybody, even though you give me the best trade, I will not take it because you are taking a trade based on your ego, not on your analysis. So please, when you want to tell me something to do, do it. Just compare. So BTC here. Thank you for that information. Let me check my BTC trade. Nah, this is not a pullback. This is a reaction. There is a difference between reaction and pullback. Okay, maybe a pullback. That's the right word, but this is a reaction. You don't expect this market to just break through this area, right? You don't expect it to just come here and just go as if there is nothing here. You see this formation. You see how it reacted to this base. You guys should be paying attention to things that are happening in the market, all right? So look at this. You see how it reacted to that? Who noticed that I almost took out my trade here because of this particular candle that was going down and because it was reacting to this area. There is also another one here. All right, there's also another one here. So it is reacting to that zone too. Now, how do I confirm? Now, the market is almost at my TP, at my first TP. This is a good place to start seeing if you want to scale out of your positions. You can go down to like the 5-minute time frame and start seeing. If you start seeing anything that looks like a change of character on the 5-minute time frame, you can start, like scaling out of your position because you are close to your. In fact, let me do that. All right, but I don't see that as a pullback yet until this low now is violated. All right, but for that low to be violated, it might make this trade uninteresting to me because if I see a pullback down to this level, I don't know if you guys have seen it, because anytime I zoom in, it becomes very flattered. But here, if I see a pullback down to this level, the only reason why I will want to close some trade here now is that one, the trade is close to my target, right? The trade is close to my target. It's just like one more hour away from my target, and a pullback to this level will make me very mad. So I might decide to close some trade, which is what I will do now. As you can see, I'll be closing. Look, I had 0.5 position, and that 0.5 is giving me $80. Now I know that the trade might still go up, so I'll be closing 0.4. That's like 80% of my trade. That is going to give me $67. As you can see, $67 here, around that area. So I can close that one now, or I can reduce it even better. I can make it 0.3. I can take out 0.3 on this trade. If I touch elsewhere, that is $50. $50 sounds about 2 times the risk I was taking. So if I don't want to be greedy, that is enough. I take out $50. I still hold a significant amount of trade here. That is in case I'm wrong. All right. On my other account, I will do the same thing. Yeah, the same thing on this account. I can go. This one is just 0.2, so I cannot close like enough. So I will just do 0.1 out of this trade because that's the limit. That's the lowest that I can trade, right? That's the lowest that I can close. So 0.1, I click outside or anywhere, and then I see $16. I was risking $10, so let me secure $16. That is uh, that is what I've just done. So instead of closing completely, that is what I would rather do because I still feel like Bitcoin is climbing to the upside. All right. And gradually, I'll be building my account back to a position that is very necessary. Oh, so I thought we were about to lose a trade on gold, but it seems like, psych, we are still in profit. Gold is one of those pairs that will make you feel like you are good, and then to tell you that you are rubbish. You know, sabi anything. All right, there's a pullback on Euro USD. Pullback on Euro USD. I don't think I'm interested in taking another trade again. This pullback is not yet significant enough. For a pullback to be significant for me, it has to be like 50%. It has to come to like 50%, and it needs to come to some liquidity point. That's why I have this line here. So that pullback, what I would rather do is to set a limit, set an alarm here so that I will be monitoring it. And the reason why it's an alarm and not a limit is because, again, the market is in a downtrend. Yeah, the market is in a downtrend. So you need some serious confirmation before you take the trade. All right. Just like what gold is doing to people right now. Everybody thinks it's a sell, but obviously it's not, and all that. So until it tears my 50% and it goes below some liquidity, I am not interested in that pullback. All right. But I hope that's clear. Blues. Thank you for the information. Uh, Now 0.01 I use where I fit put my SL. Okay, for BTC, right? For BTC, let's see. Let me see BTC again. Sorry, I keep jumping from message to message. You can see that little thing that is checking us off here. Again, I gave you the reason why I took out the position that I took out because it is reacting from a reasonable point, right? Just like I wanted to take it here, and the market could decide to go down from there. So another reason is because it came very close to my entry. This is like almost a successful trade. If I was to be targeting 1 to 2 or 1 to 3, I am almost at 1 to 3. So it's only greed that will make me not want to secure some profit at this point. So this is like 1 to 3 already. All right. So here, that's 1 to 3. For me, that's 1 to 3. That's the reason why I secured some profit. Because if you decide to pull back now and you decide to keep going, it might just take all these 19 hours of all this whole 19 hours away, and that will not be a good thing for me. That's the reason why I decided to secure some. But now that I have secured some profit, this is where the matter is. So put your stop loss right here, this on this low around. Let me put a drop box here. So look, if I want to put a stop loss, my stop loss will be around here below this level. I don't want to see it go below this level. All right, I don't want to see it go below 123 785. I don't want to see it go below that level. So if you want to set your stop loss, put it right there. That one concern you. I think gold is going to sell. Someone says, I think gold is going to sell because it's forming head and shoulder. Yes, that is true. There is a shoulder here, maybe another shoulder around this level. So let me draw the line of that shoulder. So maybe at this level, gold will start selling. That is what you see, and you are correct because head and shoulder is a tested and proven trading signal or trading sign. But personally, I think I'll just stick to my bias. Bitcoin is bullish, and for me to take a sell, I like to see a break of structure to tell me that the market is about to drop. That is my own trading rules, right? That is what I think of when I'm taking a trade. So indirectly, I'm saying that until that happens, I'm still aligning with the buys. All right, until that happens. Not SMC. Price action. Bro, is Profem good for beginners? And my answer to that is, the last time you deposited $100 to your account, were you able to consistently make 10% every week? All right, because the moment you buy that Profem account, what is going to happen is that you are going to start risking and looking for more than 10% in a week. We all know that that is what we are going to be doing. All right, we all know that that is what you are going to be doing, that you are going to be looking for that 10%. You want to make that 10% the first week. So the question I will put to you is, on your own personal account right now, if you deposit $100 to your account right now, can you boast of trading consistently and making 10%? Let's even say every month. If you can do it, then Profem is the next thing to do. But if you are still struggling to make profit on your $100 account, you are just going to be dashing Profem your money. Sorry to say, but that is true. All right. If you don't know how to manage your $10 account, you cannot manage your $100 account. And if you cannot consistently manage your $100 account, if you are given a $1,000 account, you are still going to trade it the same way, which means that you are still going to lose it anyway. And that goes as much as even if it's a $1 million. Some people think that the moment they give them a $1 million account right now, that they will become instantly successful, that money is their problem. No, skill is your problem. If you cannot handle $1,000 account, you can never handle a 1 million. You cannot even handle a $10,000 account. Because let's actually analyze this here. So you have a $100 account, right? And you are risking $10. Now, will you still remain with that $10 when you go to a $1,000 account? I kid you not, the moment you are given a $1,000 account, your trading strategy have not changed, remember? But your risk is going to automatically change. You are going to start risking $100 instead of $10, which means you are still doing the same thing at the end of the day. Percentage wise, you are still doing the same thing. So if you are risking $10 on a $100 account and you are risking $100 on a $1,000 account, my brother, you're doing the same thing. Nothing has changed. You are still that diabolical nonsense trader that you used to be, that you have been blowing your account. And Profem make it even easier because now they give you a $10,000 account, but all you can risk out of the $10,000 account is $1,000. Yes, you can make more profit, but that just shows that now you are going to be risking more. All right, because now you think you have a $10,000 account where your risk is actually just $1,000. So who are you deceiving? You are still doing the same thing. All right. So I got a $10,000 account and I'm down. I'm almost down to 900 already. Like I'm down about 900 on the account. Okay, now it's 800 because I just recovered. It does mean that there is nothing, no difference. The only thing that the only reason why you should be looking for a Profem account, in my own opinion, should be, let me see, that BTC seems to be going down very well. Sorry to break you guys off. I'm coming. I'm monitoring my trade, so I need to be very, very. Okay, so I guess taking that profit somewhere around there was good, but let's keep watching. All right, let me continue. So now on the $10,000 that I think I have, look, this is what I'm telling you. This is a Profem account. This one that you are seeing right now, right here. This is a Profem account. All right. And it's a $10,000 account, which means if you are seeing 9,200 right now or 9,300, I am almost close to blowing my opportunity of trading on this $10,000 account. This is even a challenge account. So does this mean that I'm already a good trader because I have a $10,000 account? Obviously, the answer is no. All right, because I still make the same mistake that I'm making on my $1,000 account or on my $500. As a matter of fact, if I'm trading my personal account, I get better profit because if I was trading my $100 account, I probably will be trading with respect to $100. And if I make my profit, I'll just take it out anyways. So I hope that answers your question. I am Mando. And as a beginner, in fact, that is even what makes it very, very necessary for you to first of all learn how to trade. All right, as a beginner, learn how to trade first. Make sure you have consistency on your own personal account first. Then, once you know how to trade, then little money becomes your problem because now you know how to trade. You can now start looking to expand your money. You are risking the same thing, you are trading the same way, but now you are using a bigger capital so you can make more money. That is what Profem should be about. which pair are you focused on right now? Bitcoin and gold. Since I have already opened a trade on gold, I am currently on this trade on gold. I was on this trade on BTC. All right. So my major focus are on these two pairs because I'm actively trading these two pairs. All right. But I'm still checking all other pairs, right? I'm still checking all the other pairs. I'm checking them to see if there is an opportunity to take a trade. Okay. I'm checking all the other pairs to see if there is any opportunity to take a trade. All right. But my focus is on BTC and on gold since I'm already in a trade on gold. Comprehende? Does that make any sense? On my personal account, I just closed the entire BTC trade right now. So I guess my target, I'll put it here since this is where I closed all my on my personal account. But on the Profem account, since I had a bigger position, I still hold the BTC trade. So that one I will be holding to see what BTC does. But the trade is at break even. On the other hand, the gold trade is currently uh, the stop loss on gold trade is currently right here. It's currently right below this level. All right, my stop loss of gold is currently right below this level because this is gold. In 1 minute, it can do all these things that it's doing. All right. So imagine if I set my trade to break even before, it would have taken me out, and I will not be making this profit I'm making right now. So that's the reason why my stop loss is always a little bit below where I feel like it could give me an issue. So let me read the comment section once again. Wait till I do it again. Please, can you look at USD JPY? It's like market is reacting from the head and shoulder. It is oh God. Oh. Okay, well, let's see what it does. You expect you want to take every reaction that you see in the market. Oh, mommy, I'm tired. Oh, I'll be closing the live section soon. I've been here since 9 o'clock, so I'll leave you guys to manage your trade accordingly. But yes, it's not every reaction that means the market is going in your favor. Yes, it is reacting at the head and shoulder. You might be correct. If you trust your head and shoulder strategy, by all means, take a trade. All right. If you trust your head and shoulder strategy, by all means, take a trade. All right. But this reaction for me is not enough reaction for me to take a trade. All right. That USD New York section respecting the bullish structure from LD from London section, which held higher time frame buyers. Nice trade, sir. Thank you. That is a summation of what I'm doing. Is it safe to enter a trade now? Why was it not safe for you to enter at the first point? You were afraid at the first point. I go come out. I go come. No worry. No worry. Come first. No. I don't finish.
You don't do.
I don't
Tomorrow
take
will
two trade.
continue.
Yes, I will continue to. I just want to. I just want to finish.
Leave me alone.
Sorry. You don't say okay. I not believe. Say okay.
Continue talking.
Say okay first.
Why all your saliva dry? No. Leave me
Say
alone.
okay. Okay. See, let me quickly check all these requests before I go. NZD USD. Now the trade. Kind things when I the trade. But me, make I see them for you. NZD USD. Now every pair on just the attack. Every pair. Okay, so NZD USD, looking at the 1 hour time frame, which is where I would like to start from. It is only when the 1 hour and the 4 hour gets complicated that is when I start looking for the 4 hour and the daily. In case you guys have not noticed, I often like to trade with respect to what is happening now because any trade that I'm going to take is definitely going to be based on what is happening in the now. All right. So this is the 1 hour time frame, and what can you see on the 1 hour? We are seeing an internal structure, and we are seeing that the expansions are to the upside. So expansion, retracement, expansion, retracement. So it is expanding to the upside, and it's no surprise. If I was here when this break of structure happened, I would have been looking at this area for a buy. All right. If I was here when this break of structure happened, I would have been looking at this area for a buy. At this one for a buy. What is going on? I would have been looking at this one for a buy. Now I am here the trade has broken structure to the upside, it is not reacting to anything apart from an SMC trader will tell you it's a fair value gap. This one, this reaction, however, many people are looking at this one for a sell. Yes, many people are looking at this point for their sell, and they are very correct. Except for if I see something like this, I am not interested. If I see a place that could easily be used as liquidity, yeah, like that, I am not interested. Instead, what I will do is to wait. When the market gets into that level, I will want to see a change of character, something like this, before getting involved in this in the trade. Why? Because there is liquidity being held up. Now, if I zoom out, since I cannot see a concrete reason to take a trade here, I can now zoom out and actually I had some drawings before. Who did I do all this one for? Oh boy, people they enjoy for you. I did not even know I had all those drawings there, but I don't want to start over again. So now I can go to like the 4 hour time frame and I will see that place that you are looking at on the 4 hour time frame. You can now see that it's now clear that the market was coming from an external break. All right, that place is only valid when the market was still inside the zone. All right, when this market was still inside this zone, this place was valid. But now that it's coming from outside, if this is a retracement for this particular move, all right, if this is a retracement for this particular move, you can see it's not even up to 50%, and this is seen as the liquidity that is held inside of this whole move. All right, so one, it is above 50%. Secondly, it is the only liquidity that you can see here on the 4 hour time frame. So I will not be surprised if I see this market go all the way to this level, take it as liquidity, then give me something like a formation here, then a change of character before you start expecting a sell that can go to take this low. Because let's be honest with ourselves, if you take a sell here, what you're expecting is that this low is going to go, which might not happen. All right. So since you're expecting this market to get here on the 4 hour, it is a long way all the way to the top. All right. It's a long way to the top. So keep following this structure, this internal structure. This now tells you that this buy that this person is having from here is valid, and the buy might keep going until it take you out, you that you are expecting a sell here. So if I go back to like the 15-minute time frame now, this tells me that this man who took this buy here, obviously this is the one I'm talking about, this man who took this buy here is correct. All right, he took the buy here based on that level is correct, and the market is going up. But the question is, what will I do with this pair now since the market has gone? Well, you cannot do anything. All right, you cannot do anything. Okay, because the market is not in any of your area, and you are not going to be taking this sell. Sorry, you are seeing this as a break of structure or a change of character. Yes, I know that is what you are seeing. So definitely, you are tempted to take a sell from here. All right, but from everything that we have done from the higher time frame, you can now see that this area is likely to get used as liquidity. All right, it's likely to get used as liquidity. Okay, so if I have that in mind, I will wait for that liquidity to be taken, which is one, and then possibly wait for a retracement to somewhere inside this blue and continue that buy until I go to that. Remember, this is not the 4 hour. This one is just that area that I expect will be used as liquidity. So now my target is all the way up here. So instead, wait for it to break. Look for any reaction inside here. Preferably, I'll be using this one. All right. This is where I will hope the market should get into. All right. But if it doesn't get all the way to this down, to this level, I would be okay to take a trade if I see a 50% retracement that has a liquidity. So anywhere it stops, I will draw my Fibonacci level. When it is coming back, anything below this zone is okay for me to start looking for this reaction. You know, it's coming back. You go to the lower time frame, let's say 5-minute time frame, and then you wait for a change of character. Then you engage in the buy. So that is what I will do. All right, that is what I will do. Comprehende, Mrs. Bummy. Is it Bummy? Who told me to even do this analysis? Bummy. Does that make sense? I like your voice. You like my babe voice. Baba, take a miss you. Since I did the talk, you never talk, say you like my voice. You don't hear my babe now. You don't you like my babe voice. Hey, somebody like your voice. She said thank you. Your God will punish you, sha. I beg, see, I don't tire. If not, hear my voice now, go no say I don't tire. I need to go. I have done UJ. I've done all the pairs that you people are asking of. I only did this NZD because I have never done SZD today. Now, if you missed the analysis, just go to our YouTube page. All right, go to our YouTube page and check on this last live section that we are on. I think I've been on live for how long now? If you go to my page, which you see the you see the link on my channel, right? Sorry, on my profile. See, I am live on YouTube right now. So if you go to YouTube, BTC is above 25k. Now watch it fly. Bitcoin has gone above 125k. Just see how it go para now. Anyways, if you go to the live section, this is me. I'm trading live here. The full screen is right there. All the analysis that I've done since the past. How many hours are we now? This is about, I don't know how many hours this is, but this is about 5 hours plus. All right. So just do a replay. Take the market back to where you see USD JPY and try to see what we are thinking about USD JPY. That should help you, okay? Please, I'm already very exhausted and I need to reserve my strength for later. So, guys, with this done and with us having a very good trade on both gold and BTC, I think I have delivered today's poly unit. So, see you guys when I see you guys next time, okay? Give her my hand to make she shot me. You never fit shot Forex. You want shot my babe. I'll go kill you there. Forex, you never fit shot Forex. You want shot my babe. I beg, I beg, I beg. It is fun to have all of you here. I will see you guys on the next one, okay? Have a nice day. Bye bye. Check gold. Now gold I did, so nothing to check here. Keep holding your trade. Put it at break even now, but keep holding the trade. I think we should have a 1 to 3 or a 1 to 5. Based on this one, if you are doing it based on this calculation, I am targeting 1 to 3. But if there is more, I'll take. But right now, what I'll be doing is to be setting my, like if this thing break out of this area now, I'll start setting my stop loss below any formation that I see. If you go on the 5 minutes, you see that formation clearly. All right. So I'll be setting my stop loss below this one if this high gets taken out. All right. So that was what I'll be looking at. Okay. But there is a high chance that gold might decide to break out of here and go all the way to 4K. All right. It's possible because 4K is the next very big institutional zone, all right, that I'll be targeting. But you never can tell. The target is 1 to 3 for now. Don't go and hold forever. If you see any sign that the market is about to, go against you, just take it. But right now, you are free to set your trade to break even. Thank you for having me. Have a wonderful day ahead, and bye bye. Nobody they even tell me thank you. Adi Chris? My TP for BTC is 127k. All right, all right, all right. Yeah, that's what we have been targeting all day. So that's a very good target. That's a very good target, and I think Bitcoin is going to do that. But I'll be holding some of those trades. I'll be holding them. I'll be holding them like that. All right. You're welcome. Bye bye. 200 diamond collected. Who gave me 200 diamond? Ah, 725. Maybe like. End the live stream before my girlfriend goes.